Na 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 na. Ba-da-doo-doo, ba-da-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. We're back in the rogue trading space. We'll trade space for different space, and then we'll take back the space from the people we traded it to, because we don't actually have to honor our agreements. I'm pretty sure that's... I think the Emperor said something about that. Hey, bathwater. Let's see. Ah, yes, I remember. We were doing some of the... It's technically DLC. Go to... the freight line. We're gonna bring Abelard this time. Because we need his high athletics score to move stuff. And I hadn't thought of that before. There we go. You ate fish last night? Does that offend me? No. Because as I've told you before, I am not a fish. My name is Fish. I'm not one. I eat fish too. Get rid of the little bastard, see if I care. Is so upset. Da-da-da. Honestly, Bulwark is just good. They get aimed at a lot. Deflection goes up. Ready to serve is okay, but let's look at some other options. All allies affected by Brace for Impact do not suffer the negative effects melee superiority ever. Interesting. Let's see. I almost never do this. You really want to tell you something that might break my heart? Well, you're gonna have to tell me at some point. So I suppose, just tell me. I'll try to be ready for it. Meh. You cannot romance Argenta. Well, what's even the point of the game anymore? Why am I even playing anymore? Ah, that hurts, actually. Ugh. Damn. Okay, I actually, that actually has thrown me off. I am... I gotta give him something. I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing here. I can't stand in this screen forever. It's better now than to find out later. Yeah. But I think I've already burned a bunch of the bridges that I could have had on that front. I never even went for... Like, they gave me so many opportunities. This might be another game where, because I was only interested in someone not available, I end up never romancing anyone. Thing is, he's really not lacking in wounds, so it will not die feels unnecessary for him. Just even more parry seems better. And he very frequently has temp hit points, so that absolutely. Alright, he's still up front with us. Another? Another what? Oh, when I play games, sometimes... Actually, meh. Oh, yeah, when I played Dragon Age 2, it sort of happened where... This is actually a very infamous glitch that I ran into, where even though I romanced Isabella, like, very blatantly romanced her, the game forgot that that's what was happening, and she came back as a friend. So I ended up with no romance because of that. Really? Abelard has a 65? That seems unlikely. I guess it's a difficulty 100 then. That got us across. Pirate fucker? Yes, correct. Riddled with STDs. Incorrect. And you know why it's incorrect? Because one of the finest healers in Thetis owes me a lot of favors. You haven't even need it so badly. I hate when games do that. Where this is a game where you're supposed to just pick up every random piece of crap on the ground, but this one has someone go, "Oh, that was mine actually." It's like, fuck you. Permission to make tea. You may make tea, bathwater. Tell you what. Does not budge an inch. You're an unpleasant crunch in your lower back. Yeah, So, if this were a dialogue thing, and it was like, I just failed that time, that'd be one thing. But this is I have one character who failed to do this because he failed to do this, and it's an absurdly high failure rate. I mean, that's... For Abelard to have a 40% chance at 65 athletics, the difficulty would have to be 125. And I'm gonna level with you. If the difficulty level is over 100, like, if you make a DC over 20 in, like, D&D, then you're kind of just saying, if you don't want it to succeed, then just say, no, you can't do that. When you make something beyond impossible, but let me try anyway, it's just annoying, because I'm just gonna keep trying. Oh yeah, you have permission to make tea, bathwater. Fucking... And only one character is allowed to try. That's probably fucking worse. Sure enough. It's just a thing to get back and see whatever that is, I guess. There's also some items back there. So that's annoying. I despise RNG being the determining factor of whether or not I'm allowed to get something cool. Oh look, more RNG tests. Really, I have nothing pertaining to the athletics stat. Literally nothing. I guess that's part of Death Cult. Death World. Telepath, yeah. Alright, 65% works first try. Ooh. I have tons of ration cards. Go to the house, to the Lord Captain. What's all this commotion? You bothering me, evidently. Hell is this? First time I've seen a rogue trader up close. Who's bleeding right now? What are you morons doing over there? Kids have been waiting for you. How's your shift? Worked hard. I helped out a friend and with loading. He gave me some cards. Take them and exchange them for new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Thank you. I've already made your bed for you, so once we've eaten, you go and rest. Little ones and I will head out to the marketplace and leave you in peace. Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife? Why won't the Emperor send me one? That doesn't look good. Is that the food? Yeah. Hope we get something besides sludge this time. Horses shot that past like the void dogs they are when they heard upper deck bigwigs might come see all their mess for themselves. Shreds of rat carcasses and yellow-green moss stew in the cloudy sludge, along with other unidentifiable ingredients. Why is that athletics to get across a not that tight beam? It's really not that small. And there's not even a point to it. Because you just end up somewhere you could have walked anyways. Like, why bother at that point? Why give me an RNG chance to do a loading screen rather than just sitting there? The spinner killed this guy. Or the zealots even kill upstanding folk. They say it's the Emperor's will. Glory to his Lord Captainship. Lore Imperium. These crates are typically used to transport weapons. The worn-away markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment came from. The scuffed surface indicates the crates have been moved frequently. Alright, what the hell's going on here? Food vat is protected from the vicious, hungry crowd by equally vicious thugs wielding makeshift weapons. This is your food? Consequences of a terrible crash on monorail LD987 half a century ago are still affecting the efficiency of this stretch of railway. Ooh, a trap. Cabela. Alright, who set a bomb next to a trash can? Give our gift to the one who sees nothing but hears everything. Then the truth will be revealed to you. Fuck does that mean? My lungs are filled with the decay of lifeless bodies. They are flashing toxic colors. Please do not touch anything. The stench of decaying bodies creeps into your throat and lungs, forming a sticky film lining your airways. Gross. Stop being so bloody difficult. What's that thing the death cultists say? Your time has come, or what have you? No, please. What did I do? Talking about being everywhere at once. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace? We get to eat soup tonight. I hope you have a good reason for ruining my property. The specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants in the compartment. They're covered in sores and bald patches glistening with pus. The stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts. What you want? What are you? What crime did you kill this man? Grinning, the leader spits out, crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. Trade them for porridge. What exactly are you? Mutants, invalid, mold eaters, outcasts, folks who have no place even among the lowest of the low. Some were born that way, some were driven out to keep them from spreading the contagion. The foreman won't let us near the vat, the enforcers try to shoot us on sight. If it's our fault, we were born in a terrible place. Worms in the rotten belly of this ship, fodder for disease. The outcast licks his lips, and you see a tongue studded with small, underdeveloped teeth. This is no disease, but an obvious mutation. The longer you stare at the man, the more deviations from the human form you detect. Wretches such as this, disfigured by genetic abnormalities and disease, are the perfect breeding ground for true corruption. You are sentenced to death for committing murder on my ship. Mutant bears the black stumps that are his teeth. Got you in trade, but you have on you for a pile of scran. Hey, outcast, come up if you want to share the spoils. And Abelard is... you can take a step back. The front line shall be here. What do you mean, no line of sight? Fucking look at it. What do you mean, no line of sight? Look around the thing you're staring at. Voice of command. Do. Air of authority. Bring it down. Analyze. And you shall be my prey. 'Cause I'm gonna shoot you again.
Death to the weak! I serve the ruinous powers! Ah!
Yeah. Yeah.
High momentum.
No, not him. No, Cabela, for fuck's sake. Are you fucking serious? Literally all 4 attacks on Pascal. All 4 of them. Yes, I understand.
Chaos guides me!
Yup. Endure. Bulwark. And you are my sworn enemy. How can you not see her? She's right the fuck there. That was the wrong ability. You are my foe. What do you mean, miss? I was already at max hit chance. I fucking hate critical misses.
Death to the weak! Out of my way! Ah!
All right, Cabela. There you go, Cabela. Kick. Blow you up.
Chaos.
That's what the pistol's for. Pascal, would you kindly? Thank you. Except for the one that parried somehow. Pain resonance. Alright, let's be a little reckless, Abelard. And kill the motherfucker. What do you mean, no line of sight? You can clearly see him from there. Fine, Abelard. I command you to cut that thing in half. Good job. Dead. Beep, beep. I got a little stuck there. Yeah, sightlines are really stupid in this game. I don't know if I've said it enough yet. What the hell was that? There. Overexerted. Oh, that's just an, that's just from the command. Can't be commanded again. Relished Anguish. End of the wearer's turn, they gain temp points equal to the amount of collision damage inflicted by the wearer. What the hell is collision damage? Some abilities, like Forceful Strike, can push targets away from the character. Targets will be pushed in a direct line away from the character. The push target collide with an obstacle. Okay, that's really hard to set up. But I guess... could be useful under certain circumstances, but not enough to take up an equip slot. Medic A. Man is suffering from a severe but curable disease. One vial of medicine administered in early stages would have saved him. No one finds the courage to approach the bodies of these outcasts, their rotting flesh and cartilages bearing the marks of void disease. This is where the sick and broken are heard to die of their various diseases. Don't touch anything. There's a bunch of bombs here. Unbomb them for me, Cabela. And Pascal. Okay, Crimson Oblivion. If worn by a Death Cult assassin, whenever the wearer kills an enemy, the enemy explodes in a fountain of blood. Cells nearby are covered in blood as if affected by blood file. Useful. Worn by a Death Cult assassin. The wearer gains a stack of Blood Blessed. They also gain 10 toughness for 2 rounds, does not stack. Yeah, I know exactly who's gonna get that equipment. He's whispered his will, your soul is now given unto him. Lord Captain spent too much time in the Pestilence Pit by the Void Ship's freight line, and now his skin is covered in inflamed blisters. Must be someone on board who knows how to purge the Rogue Trader's body of this affliction. Okay. That's the kind of thing that if that happened, I'd just look at my DM and say, are you really gonna be a dick about this? I mean, if I was playing a tabletop game, it's like, you spend a lot of time among the sick. It's like, yeah, are you gonna be a dick about this? Really? Now, the glandular tendrils that ooze slime. Sick people who are still alive, but can no longer walk, are the mold's favorite choices of hosts to grow on and suck the last of life's juices from. Does it do anything? Dodge, hit chance, and parry are reduced 10%. Yeah, okay. If my DM hit me with that, I might hit him in real life. It's like, fuck. Really? You're gonna make me contend with disease? In this game, where it's not a mechanic? Go away. Alright, let's go back to following these things. A sinewy, middle-aged man watches the hustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns towards the tracks. He leans forward. What do you think you're doing? What? I didn't... The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. Scars seem vaguely familiar. Pascal's Vox synthesizer springs to life with an indignant binary trill. I am registering this unit's intention to use the train tracks for purposes other than those intended by their design. I categorically demand that the unit's self-disposal be carried out using methods that do not violate the catechism of maintenance and operation. The scar. Scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man's look long since healed. Our eyes always return to that blood symbol. What do you know about it? Symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. Guess today must be a special day. The man's faded eyes go wide as he notices Cabela. His voice quivers. Have you come to take me to the other side? Cabela briefly studies the man's face, then turns away. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. The man lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the symbol again. Then why? Why is it here? You know the symbols of the blood-spun web? You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was. I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, then I waited. An hour. 2. 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized. The person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran. The spinners simply let you go, made no attempts to find you and kill you. There was no pursuit. Thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. Now it turns out you got the address wrong. I've actually been meaning to get to you about that. Shit, I thought this was some meaningful thing and I just fucked it up. Tried starting a new life, but the tear never stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself. But no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, Sobriety has gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward. Like a dead man. You're ordered to die, for what reason? The man looks at you. But some would choose to leave the righteous path. These earned penance in due time. Her whip sings vengeance on renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. For cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendance. It takes what it is due in essence. He stops, then adds hoarsely, third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There were plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear. Because I wanted to be feared, I reveled in bloodshed, I betrayed the tenets. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. You got tea bath water? Let's see. Well, I'm not gonna be a damn heretic and pardon the dumbass. You are disgusting. I'll not grant you the release you crave so much. May you live on in suffering, fearful of every shadow. Oh, what about the symbol, the portent? You were supposed to... The man's tired eyes fill with horror that quickly turns into hysteria. His knees buckle and he staggers heavily before falling onto the tracks with a pitiful cry. No, help! Cabela stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. I mean, I guess that gave me the third one. The symbols don't really go any further is the problem. Oh my god, they found me. Maybe actually. There's more symbols. Bloodprint has smudged this symbol slightly. Trail leads towards the slums. Yes, one pointed this direction. Just gotta look for more, I suppose. There's a blindfolded old man. That could be interesting. An old man in pitiful rags listens intently to the sound of your footsteps. A stinking piece of cloth is wrapped around his eyes, with greenish pus oozing out from under it. The old man lays his trembling hands protectively on the heap of junk. Mama made bread pudding? I've never had bread pudding. Welcome, vintage. Yeah, heap of junk that serves as his bed as well as his table. An empty beggar's mug makes a clinking sound next to his withered leg. What happened to your eyes? The void rats gnawed them out while I was asleep. The sewer water my wounds were washed with was infected, turns out. Pain became a stinging feeling that wouldn't go away and only got worse. As a blind old man managed to survive in a place like this? Many people helped me. Good people. Not so good ones, too. He sweeps his withered arm vacantly around the slum. There, next to you. Weapons are usually transported in crates like those. I want to look inside. Weapons? The old man's voice sounds frightened and pitiful. Or something like that wind up in our bottom of the bilge compartment. Let's see. Coercion 0. I have no coercion? What? Just simply look into that crate of yours. I'll not take anything. No! Retribution! You won't escape his retribution for this! Let's see. Perhaps a gift for you will convince you to show me. Stack of ration cards in his mug. The old man scoops up the greasy cards, grins happily, and moves aside to count them, smacking his lips. Benefactor, nourisher, may the Lord Captain protect you. You look into the crate and see a familiar gleam. That of weapons-grade plasteel. About as threatening as a newborn kitten? I mean, I don't know. I think that might have been the difficulty modifier of it, actually. Which is to say, you just have... There's just no bonus or penalty, so 0. Which means your stat is your percent chance. Weapons grade plasteel, polished and ready to kill. The old man was leaning against several brand new autoguns wrapped in greasy rags. Are a mermaid in a volcano? A cold voice filled with promise of death mutters. Pathetic fool, that's a secrecy gone right down the shitter. Folks, we're gonna have to make some noise. Common worker, her face... Okay, have to make some noise. Her face so nondescript it looks almost scrubbed off, is aiming a weapon at you that she produced seemingly out of nowhere. Leave no witnesses. Oh. That was a poor decision. For you. Pascal, I want you ripping and tearing. Been playing the shit out of Enshrouded? Never heard of it. That's the front line. Great game, not gonna lie. I wouldn't know. Pascal, would you kindly? Thank you very much. Alright, first things first, I am in the perfect spot. Let's see, who's big and ugly? Looks like it's all weaklings. Oh well. Yeah, you. Next attack, full overpen. So, double kill. Good job, Argenta. Just went into EA, it's like if Minecraft and Legend of Zelda both slept with Valheim. At the same time, they couldn't figure out what the daddy is.
This way!
At least the goddamn foreman's helping.
Let's make it quick.
Cabela, this is where you're gonna shine, girl. With lore? Ooh. Lore is my favorite thing ever. Do. Bella killed like 4 of them by herself that turn. Oop, that guy got shot by his friend. Oop. The foreman's getting cut up. You know, I'd rather you not kill the foreman if you can help it. You swing way too wide is the problem. You can do this, though. There. Now you didn't hit the foreman. Weakness identified. Yeah, Abelard's finally gonna have a turn. Oh my god, I forgot I gave her the item that makes it so every kill sprays blood, so it's just all blood over there. Abelard? Thank you. Now, give it to me. I'll have him dead in the hour. Go. Yeah. There's another one somewhere? Try? Yeah, that worked. Are you alright, Lord Captain? Those cutthroats didn't hurt you, I hope? The man's prosthetic leg has been shot, and it carries his weight awkwardly. The locals and the enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. I might say I'm in charge here in this hole of a place. Recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker. What in the throne's name was that? I'm not sure. You ever buy a new pillow, same as what you already have, and then get disgusted with how FF color it is? I'm not sure what that means. Off color it is, you mean? Not really. I'm not sure. Those freeloaders believe in the tales of Nemesis. Yeah. As it happens, I've complained to that to Captain Frenzo about some idiots who've been painting pictures on the walls and inciting people. What did he say? I've got everything under control. I had known it would come to this, I'd have nabbed those swords and thrown them in the pestilence pit myself. Now we'll be pestered by enforcers to no end. Void, damn it all. Who is this Nemesis? This was like to drive a Ram 150. Ram 1500. Ram? This is a story they tell around here. There's a chap they say wanders lower decks helping the poor who can't earn a living for themselves. Standing up to the officers and enforcers in defense of the weak. Except he's just a story and nothing more. Dodge Ram. I don't know cars. I'll be speaking to Captain Frenzo about what happened. In your case, he'll certainly hear you out and not... He grins and indicates his broken ribs, you know. Saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there? Watching one of my workers take a beating? Feel sorry for the lad, but there was nothing I could do. Foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellow teeth. Almost all the front ones have been knocked out. Stuck my neck out in the past. Not doing it again. What are you cooking in that vat? Believe it or not, this soup made from mold slime and technical drain water has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, use it to season the soup. We're lucky the smell attracts a void rat. Someone gets to have meat in their bowl. Foreman points a finger proudly toward the vat. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. Feed them in exchange for service or favors. Sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it's gross, but that's Warhammer. This is life on the Void ship for the underprivileged. People keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One's enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course, ingrates. There's a life for the lowers on the lower deck. Toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time they do their best to survive, faced with hunger. More deranged the enforcers, void leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. Foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. You work, you survive. You freeload, you also survive, you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it. I seek the Bloodspun Web's temple. Do you know where it is? Cultists don't let people like me in on their rites and mysteries. Grateful to them for their service as the God Emperor, but be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. Much too fond of living. Very well. Stolen autocannon. A heavy weapon. Requires 55 strength. Bunch of autoguns. These guys had autoguns and a bunch of knives. And help my weapons cargo. Hey, there's another Bloodspun symbol. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. Shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section. Consequences of a terrible derailing accident, of course, of course. A horse is a horse. So how's life? It's okay. Yeah, and I had to come here to talk to Zadina the Outcast anyway. A figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. Have you learned the true meaning of friendship yet? Like in real life or in the game? In real life, I think I get it. In the game, yeah. I don't think friendship is, all that strong in the world of 40k. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zadina to the other side? No. Hee-haw. Horse laughter. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light. There's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it? There's a blood symbol next to you. I've seen such marks before. Is this another part of the Song of Trailing Blood? Zadina bursts into hysterical laughter. Oh yes, the song. Here, listen. The woman starts chanting hurriedly. She wandered in eternity and dark, yet was consoled, Web foretold. Undying one's blood, secrets glowed, a light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end, and so the spider did that which was owed, her life and death to ship bestowed. She laughs again. You'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness, look. Who are you? Old Zadina the outcast, Zadina the mad, Zadina the disaster, Zadina the curse, Zadina the spurned. Woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. A ghost of the past, a shadow of the present, only the undying one knows, he alone. Do you live here? The woman scratches her neck nervously. You note her deformed fingers, ravaged by some unknown disease. Here where the unfortunate meet their undeath. Here a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects. Here where pestilence dwells, Zadina welcomes all. Talks to their ghosts. Here where Zadina lives? Yes, that sounds right. You talk to ghosts? You can't hear them? Zadina points somewhere off to the side, laughs, then stops herself sharply. They don't like it when people come here. Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit and body. Best to leave her be. Her colors are all mixed, smudged, poised to reveal a pure shade of madness. And yet, scarlet threads separate these trembling patches, preventing her from losing herself. You wearing chains and a mask. You haven't escaped from the enforcers, have you? Ah, these gifts they are. The chains clink to announce Zadina's approach for others to hear. She slides her... She might be the sanest of us all. No, sometimes crazy people are just crazy. No, to be fair, I haven't peered into the darkness yet. Maybe anyone on this ship? Not on the whole ship, I assure you. I've got Abelard here. He's pretty dang sane. I try to be pretty sane. She slides her disease-darkened palm down the rough, rusted metal of her mask. They hide, fearful of becoming like Zadina, afraid of losing face. Cannot fathom what I'm meant to see here. You peer into the darkness and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses. Rough walls. The twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see! Zadina shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags. Strips of her decaying flesh peel off along with them. You'll not see until you become like Zadina, the flesh and blood of this ship. And how would I do that? Oh, Zadina will show you and you'll see the true light. Come, come now. "2020 all over again. That's how it fucking feels. Hang on, are you about to... Well, I don't have any other leads. The rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations, or blind luck. While listening to the air currents, for a moment you think you hear Zadina's whispered prayers rising from the depths of the shaft. Let's see. Well, I put my life in thy hands, for I believe truly that thou wilt protect. The Emperor protects! The words come easily, and all of your doubts fade away. Somehow, you know with certainty that your life will not end here. Well, alright everyone, we're jumping in. Any of you are not cool with this? Stop, don't do it! Put your life in the Undying One's hands, Dominant Goth. I don't know. I've walked through goddamned fire before. The Emperor protected me from that. Well, I'll be damned, I'm completely fine, other than this suspicious rash I got for unrelated reasons. Bows his head reverently. Yeah, that's not happening. I think I only... Actually, let me check. What is my athletics? 30? I guess in theory I could do that, but... meh. Just need to dust in there is all. And it's dusty as hell. Down you go. Down a cable. Wait a damn sec, what's up? You doing a stream on Sunday? Oh, did you not know, Vintage? Saturday is my day off now. It changed a few weeks ago. Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretch even ever higher, not unlike a web. The temple is growing as if it were a living organism. Yeah, it changed, it has to have been over a month at this point. They also usually work triples on Sundays. Well, that sucks. Today it was a double. Well, at least it's over. Or you're in between. I don't know. Well, you said was a double. That implies it's done, so I'll go with at least it's over. Do. Cold stone sarcophagi serve as the death cultists' beds. Bones of their deceased comrades are their bedding. Medicae 75. Smoke tickles your nostrils, making you slightly dizzy. Such substances are known to induce visions or hallucinations. See how many chicken fingers you sold today. Whatever you feel is necessary. A frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lord of the Ark walked the paths of unlife, in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. And the servants of death bowed before him, for the Domin is the giver of life. The old man goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods toward the temple's muffled silence. Yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenets demand. Your hues are almost as pale as the grey of your beard, but what is this? Cassia flinches and takes a shuddering breath. A scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors. A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend, in the next instant the dynasty symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade, and several drops land on your face. Is that necessary? The blood-spun web welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited, whispers echo his words from the shadows. Why is it you invited me here? Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual, but only inside the temple can the spinners perform it. The Vizier is suddenly distracted by someone invisible and nods toward empty space. Yes, we are glad he has reached this place. We are glad to serve. What do you mean you have waited for many years? It's not so long ago I made my acquaintance with the cult. As I delve into my divinations from the flesh and blood of the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited by the cult from the matriarch spider who spun the first thread. Ah! For those who don't know, the Emperor's Tarot are these really powerful tarot cards that actually work. And it's believed, looking at them, for those so attuned, they'll actually get images from the Emperor himself, is what it's believed. Vizier, is that some sort of title? It is the name we give to the first spinner, the one who has learned the wisdom of the tenets of the web in order to lead others. I may have a duty to instruct and spin bloody threads, but in all other ways I am as much his servant as yours, and yours as anyone else in this temple. So you just walked my companions in here the normal way while I was forced to take that jump? The spinners guided them along a different trail. You had to take the step, for only you were meant to become the flagship's blood domin. There was no reason to test the faith of those who follow you, for this burden was for their lord to bear. I feel like at least one of them would have done it. Two if you count Cabela, but she shouldn't count for that. You managed to erect an entire temple in the middle of the ship without anyone noticing. Followers of the cult once inhabited the tunnels between the bay's bulkheads, till the threads of fate were tangled and a domin of ages past gave us this compartment. We set ourselves to building spacious halls where the shadows, the images of him, and the spinners themselves would whisper of death. And thus the temple that you see began to change with the succession of viziers and the cult's generations. We are building it still, slowly but surely. I have walked the path of the matriarch spider. What now? The song of trailing blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you pass the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. Don't remember what you did with the receipt, but you can tell that you sold... Tell me you sold at least 500 chicken fingers and tailgates before noon. Sweet. The third was the trial of justice. Assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, for duty always leads to death. We were prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to save him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. What would have happened if I never reached the end of the path? And we would have met at another time. For the tangle of fate's threads cannot be rearranged by one turn, however earnestly one may try to run in the opposite direction. The vizier's sewn-shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks into empty space again. Peace, my brother, the time has almost come. So this entire conversation is another test, I imagine? A smile graces the vizier's bluish lips. The tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Domin Goth? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek, only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. Did you fucking poison me? Prepared? No, I'm always prepared. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides and you seem to float in the air, seeing things you had not noticed before. The shadows in the corners taking on shape and color. Subdued lumen light playing on the cultist bone masks. Are they really masks? They're tall, lean, empty-eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine. What is the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly, your breathing has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. Poisoned me somehow, did you not? Yeah, nickel for every time you got poisoned. The vizier nods meekly. My blood is infused with a concoction taken by those who follow the thread. It is sacred and harmless to us, but you it befogs and afflicts. And yet, Domin Goth, you have grasped that the mind may fail the body and the senses. This was the trial of spiritual acumen. You have passed it. Look around the temple. One moment the walls of Death's Sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next, they're so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances under your feet. The Undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you. You'd have 0 nickels. Actually, 1 nickel. Bad fish. I'd have a few. I can think of at least 2, both of which were from McDonald's. The others, not sure. What happens now? That's for you to tell me. You look at the vizier, and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him. But the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. $2 nickels, hot dog at the zoo. Look, sometimes the zebras get a little testy, and You gotta make some bad hot dogs. Did get new shorts out of it, though. First, you're going to give me the antidote. There is none, but I will ease its effect and quicken dissipation. 3 long, thick needles appear in the vizier's hand. A moment later, they are inside your body. 1 in your neck, 1 in your shoulder, and 1 between your ribs. You feel no pain or discomfort. On the contrary, your mind feels clearer and your muscles regain their function. The vizier then carefully removes the needles. Now you will feel better. Zebra shorts. If only. Let's see. Either your insolence has crossed the line, or initiate me as a servant of death. Sure. A servant of death! Hiss the echoing whispers from the temple, and the vizier bows his head reverently. You have become the blood of the flagship. You will become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, for a spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life. The blood-spun web will still accept you. The tenets allow it, but only for a domin who has followed the trailing blood until the end. Woo! Question. Where do you get all the... Oh, nope, never mind. Answered my question. Hey, what's up, Imp? You're looking a lot less skinned today. Actually, more skinned, but with less skin. You know what I mean. Upon the ritual platform at the Undying Emperor's feet, under the keen gaze of his dark, empty eye sockets, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from his hands onto your brow, chest, and shoulders is still warm. Bowed before his image, the vizier assumes the ceremonial postures with incredible ease, his withered body moving swiftly and soundlessly. You are slowly plunged into darkness to the sound of ritual chants and swooshing blades. How are they making that swing? Amid the noise of splashing blood and the cultist's whispers, you hear the words, "Death has spoken your name, Dominant Goth. Death accepts you." Offer a prayer to the Undying Emperor. Each word consecrated to him echoes in your temples and chest. Your veins become hot and your blood turns to liquid flame. You have no fear in you. A whisper seems to come from above, from the Emperor's lips of stone. I see you. Could the lingering intoxication still be playing tricks on your mind? The strange rash you developed in the freight line's pestilent pit grows pale and scabs over. A healing grace descends upon you. Oh, yay! I was hoping for that. The vizier's voice grows suddenly thunderous and snaps you out of your reflections. Death has accepted you, Dominant Goth. Now and for all of time, you are the Blood Warden and the Undying One's most venerable servant. A strange whisper brushes against the edge of your hearing. You cannot make out the words spoken by this infinitely distant yet infinitely powerful voice. You're not even certain whether you actually heard something or simply imagined it. Gain the ability Battle Trance. It costs 5 plus half my level wounds to use. Removes the blinded, immobilized, prone, slowed, staggered, and stuns effects from themselves. Can be used even while stunned or prone. Useful. No negative effects to remove, they instead gain 1 AP and 4 MP on the current turn. Can only be used once per combat, cannot be used during the first round. You can smell the crispy lore. Felt as if the God Emperor was watching me. To many he comes during their time of service, in images of blood and whispers from the shadows. Remember that those are mere visions, for true death will not come for you until your time. It will take your soul gently in its bony hands. Yes, Ngoth kinda gels with the death cult, especially since he's really a sniper at the end of the day. Yeah, he used to be this baron of a crime syndicate, gave that up to be rogue trader heir. I suppose gave up is a strong word. He is a very staunch believer in the God Emperor. Blood Warden, very flattering. I'll add it to my other titles. You are part of the blood-spun web. Remember henceforth to beware of vanity. It leaves gaping rents in the armor of our souls. Fair point. Probably just stick to Rogue Trader for most people. You know what? Just different title for different people. You all can still call me Blood Warden or Domin, you know, whichever is more appropriate. Ritual is complete? The ritual is complete, but you are not. In one life, he was worshipping a tree god. Now it's all about the God Emperor. Oh no, these are completely different people. I just name every character Ngoth. Because, it's actually the, language of Rillia from Lovecraft, and I'm a Lovecraft nerd. So, to fully explain this, because I guess people really don't ask. AU? No. So, Ngoth means... It means the limitation, the border. This character is the limitation of our ability to interact with the world. So as it is my limitation, this character. My ability to interact with games is limited to Ngoth. So every character is Ngoth. They are not the same person, they're not related in any way. They are called that for an unrelated reason. There are hundreds of Ngoth. They can be completely different people with absolutely nothing in common other than that title and that I'm controlling them. For years we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We've collected sacred symbols and relics. Unless Tess... Well, yes, in the Elder Scrolls, I'm making the story that it's all the same Ngoth. But that's partially as a joke. Like, within the same... For games that are in the same world, it might be the same Ngoth, but that's unrelated to the name Ngoth. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace this sanctum. The first of them all to be initiated so. We are grateful. We have lifted in spirit. Hear our exultation, and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. Spinner's Ritual Vestments. 30% with no dodge penalty. 10% dodge if the wearer is not in cover, and gain a bonus to your wounds equal to your strength bonus. That could be useful. You have to not have Astartes, Drakari, or Eldari equipment. I guess just be human. The cultists whisper prayers to the Undying One as they help you change your clothes and regain your faculties. I didn't agree to an outfit change just yet. Okay, we're doing this. Came a spinner of the Bloodspun Web. Okay, they didn't actually do it. It is a little better than what I've got on. Well, actually, this will give me dodge out of cover, which will be a bit better. And a few extra wounds? Maybe? Actually, what is my strength bonus? I don't have a strength bonus, so it's not going to give me any wounds. It just makes it so that I now have dodge when out of cover. Oh, no, it's ugly. Oh, no. No, sorry, Sin Skin. You will be accompanied. Now. Strip. No, it's too ugly for my character, what my character's trying to look like. I guess ugly might be the wrong word. Hey team, what's up? Underneath the ancient relic is a stone plaque with an inscription carved in elegant cursive. If you value life above duty, you're not worthy of life. Vizier Geophranus. Blood Drinker. Whenever the wearer makes a melee attack, they regain 1 wound. That's really strong. You take this, because you spend wounds to do stuff all the time. Ngoth has standards. I gotta be dripped out, or it's not worth anything. crimson torrent flows from the statue's hands, a symbol of the countless deaths offered up in his name. So, Vizzy, baby. The Vizier's head trembles with the infirmity of age, and his lips utter barely audible words meant for those only he can see. Domin Goth has honored us with a visit. We are glad. Take your finest rose gold armor. He wears light armor, though. He's more of a badass long cloak kind of guy. First spinner. Peace, Cabela. You are the shield. You are the shadow. You are the blade. So be them. Who does he do talk to all the time? The Vizier turns his head as if looking around the temple. I see echoes of those who came before us and those who are with us, and have since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult, I hear them from beyond their deaths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners they hear not, for that burden is mine to bear. See, your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is that another of the cult's rituals? I was sighted for much of my life, until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. Under no circumstances should you forget the belts. I think I'm belted up. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with a chaos of true sight. Now I see more and better. Their traditions and rituals are rooted in blood and death. Many are frightened by that. Many are blind, even with their eyes wide open. Thus spoke the matriarch spider. People look at things without seeing their essence, which makes them easy to beguile or frighten. We adorn the tunnels with the bones of the righteous, that they may guard our faithful against corrupt deeds and thoughts. We use the blood of the unholy ones for divination, so we may see dangers. The blood of martyrs is our wine, for their suffering makes us stronger. People are afraid, but only because they see death as the end. Death, however, is the beginning. It is life and duty and oblivion. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its beauty. The tenets of the blood-spun web. Like a clear answer. Every thread ends in death. The Vizier falls silent, as though those words have explained everything. Then he nods toward empty space. Yes, I see he's still full of questions. Let's give him answers about our ways, my brothers and sisters. It is your supreme commandment. To give and receive death, and to fear no twist or turn of fate. One who is afraid of death is already dead in their soul, waiting for the end, afraid to accept the inevitable. A life of fear is disgraceful. The true service is in dedicating oneself to death with no regrets. What do your tenets say about human weaknesses? The smallest stain of rot is enough to ruin the most beautiful woven pattern. Weakness is a gateway into the soul, one we hold open for new failings. It is born of desire. Kill your desires, and your weakness will die along with them. Followers of the web are skilled fighters. What is your secret? The Vizier smiles gently. I cannot share the full wealth of my knowledge, for it has taken me a lifetime to learn. And I can share this foremost lesson with you. Be guided by reason, not fury when you fight. Seek no pleasure in killing. That is how you will win. I see. I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again, Domin, when the threads of fate weave a bloody pattern. The other spinners, I guess, don't have much to say. Some cargo. And now I can just leave. A spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Domin. Show me the way. Let's get back to the bridge. I assume I can talk to Cabela about some of that. She's gotta have something to say. Like, come on. I just went to her whole ass temple, and I did the trials, and I was good and cool, and I jumped into a spinning blade fan because I believed hard enough. Incident in the officer's quarters, a healer team is required. Go fucking deal with that then. Cabela. Unnecessary.
May the undone.
Okay, nothing to actually say. Surprising, but also not. So yeah, for doing that, I just have this ability for free. It costs 14 wounds, but it lets me avoid losing a turn. Once per thing. Let's look at the Coronis Expansis. Sacred Machine is repaired. Choirmaster Wise will be able to deliver properly indecipherable messages to the Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader see enough. Time to tell Captain Frenzo what this base future will be. Oh, I should go do that. How do I... Back to the bridge. That's how I... Sure. Do-do-do. There's Frenzo. Statue to Margos Ionius IX, Architect of Freight Hub LD 987A14. Captain Frenzo has acquired a few wounds since your last conversation. Half of his ear is gone. You notice he's wearing bloodied bandages under his uniform. Seeing you, he quickly injects himself with a stimulant and straightens. How may I serve, Lord Captain? You in a shootout? Yes, there's been a raid on a local gang. Finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one escaped. Frenzo permits himself a brief smile of grim satisfaction. Enforcers have been appropriating ration cards from workers returning from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions? Department has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. Used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating the thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to a lack of work shifts. Not that it helps them much. It's better than nothing. Their enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Those caught stealing receive severe punishment? Absolutely. I was attacked. Frenzo lets out a menacing growl as his face fills with blood. Who dared? I am only going to ask this once. How did wretches from the lower decks get their hands on a crate of autoguns? Autoguns? Purple spots appear on his face. Whoop, take me. They couldn't have bypassed the security of a munitions train and walked away with the cargo without help from someone in the enforcers. Executed one reprobate who was trafficking in weapons not too long ago, but even that moron wasn't so greedy and stupid as to arm the rebel with autoguns. There's another who dishonors the enforcer's uniform. They'll find the maggot and shove their head under a passing train. The foreman believes the people who stole the autoguns are connected to Nemesite. The foreman, you wouldn't believe the kinds of thugs he welcomes at his vat. I agree that sympathizers of Nemesite's anarchic cause may be involved in this outrage, but I don't trust that foreman character. He knows everyone in the bay. He sees everything. He never informs on one of his own. He only complains about problems I'm already well aware of. Got mutants in the pestilence pit. Seem to be under the influence of unholy powers. You, Went to the pestilence pit. You... into the pestilence pit. Renzo stares off into the distance as he speaks. Pardon me, Lord Captain, I just can't even begin to find the words I would use if I had to tell the Master-at-Arms that you had perished in there. He rubs his temple wearily. The forces do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous, blight-stricken rejects hiding at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave this job to us. Fair enough. But never assume I am capable of death. I am, but just don't assume it. We finish inspecting this bay. Let's see. Captain raises a wary eyebrow. Have any orders based on the inspection's conclusions? Let's see. Now, an iconoclast would say... This actually... it actually requires me to give some cargo. Like, kit them with everything they need. If I were heretical, I might smile and say, the source of all this compartment's woes are hunger and poverty, which are driving those people to commit petty crimes. Sure, you would have done something by now. There's certain rules you have to follow. They're simply too limiting. Satisfied in all regards. Or I could be dogmatic, which I like being. The harsh measures will bring order to the bay. Establish an execution quota, strip all corrupt officers of their rank, and burn away all crime. Any idlers that be given a job, and if they cannot do anything useful, servitorize them. Organize mandatory sermons and spread the word of faith. Captain nods eagerly. Will do. Increase the pressure of the untrustworthy element. Conduct searches and interrogations to uncover criminals. Herd the rabble to prayer services and remind them that your lordship's law is a stern one. And do recall, if a guardsman steps out of line, tell you what, strip him of rank. Let the rabble do as they please to him. Anything they'd like. Harsh, but deserved. Yes. The white ship gained the ability, faultless transport. Oh yeah, that's also a Lovecraft reference, by the way. Weapons deal 5% more damage and gain 5% crit chance. By virtue of strict discipline, the freight line delivers munitions with only minimal delay. Crews of the artillery bays now have more time to calibrate and maintain the ship's weapons. And some more dogma. Until the next bay has a labor shortage. Going to deploy a workshop force reserve there. In shackles if need be. Steadfast in your duty, Captain. Orders have been carried out. Department is already operating according to new procedure. Here we have an auto-scroller that is way too damn slow. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. Yeah. Sorry, that was my, that was the... friggin... What was the word? I lost my train of thought. Yeah. It was the, friggin' tinnitus button. Yeah. Break the flute, the rat goes in the vat. Ah, man. You gonna go do things? Alright, see you later, Vintage. Yep. So yeah, I guess I can look around and really see all the people that have been lobotomized on my orders. If they weren't gonna be lobotomized, they should have been better at their job. Yeah. An autogun. Yeah, let's go to the Astropathic Chapel. I might have missed something in here. Compiler out of order. Oh, I guess I have to receive the reports. Which, how would I do that? Talk to Zachary Weiss. Your Lordship, I have something for you. Wiremaster hands you a sheet of paper with uniform lines of machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance in repairing the compiler, we have been able to interpret a most curious message. Contains a call sign that agents of the renegade Voitvertier used in their especially important reports. Be a message from Voitvertier? He was more likely the intended recipient. I see. When was the signal sent? I cannot say with certainty, your lordship. Following the repair work, I went through texts that had defied decoding before. This signal had lost its way in the barrels of the mechanism. Could be a week old or years. What does it say? Only a few words. Lilimeda. Ordenathus the 11th. The winds have ceased. It is done. Now, Lilimeda is Voitvertier's call sign for special reports, but the rest is a code we are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. The Ordenathus 11 system. You're to the bottom of that message. I have no doubt of that, your lordship. Scout out the planet the message to Voitvertier was sent from. I witnessed the death of one of your astropaths. What happened? Choirmaster sighs and makes the sign of the Aquila. May the God Emperor rest his soul and protect him from the ruinous power's tenacious claws. There's a fifth one this month. Our younger voices cannot handle the warp storms raging in the expanse and end up losing their minds. He adds barely audibly, if they are lucky. Something is afoot on the other side of the moor, Lord Captain. Something infinitely sinister. Something disastrous. The scraps of mental images that reach us from the Imperium carry the mark of doom. The images emanating from there like a beast baring its teeth. You've heard accounts of disturbances in the warp affecting psychers, especially astropaths, who delve most deeply into the Immaterium. There have been more and more alarming stories of late. Something is raging in the warp, something that poses a particular threat to those with psychic powers. Succeeded? Yeah, I had a good chance. We'll speak later, Choirmaster. Business to attend to. Goodbye, your lordship. Lord Captain's quarters is not where I meant to go. I meant to go to the bridge. Damn it. Extra loading screens for everyone. Alright, here we go. Luckily, there's actually not an extra loading screen for that one. Map of Coronis Expanse. Travel between systems is fraught with mortal peril. Takes place in another dimension known as the Warp. Only a navigator can plot a course through the Warp to other star systems. Click the circular button at the bottom of the screen to have the ship's navigator chart new routes to the system you've selected. Left mouse on a system, press the warp travel button. Color is an indication of its danger level. Green routes are the absolute safest, yellow signal that unpredictable events can occur, orange routes denote a high probability of the ship coming under attack, even in the warp. Red routes are a sure sign the ship will be assaulted by hostile forces during travel. Ship's navigator can make a route safer by spending points of Navigator's Insight, which can be acquired by discovering and scanning new systems throughout the Corona's expanse. I see. I have a few things. Kranash. Ah, that's where Heinrichs wants to go. Telecos. That's Footfall. And Yanis. Mr. Apparatus at Dargonis. Planet the message Void Fatir was sent from. Okay, that's a low priority relative to this other shit I'm doing. Now, if I want to be safer, I should scan planets here. Dead world. Scan required. Begin scan. No resources. No active quests, no active rumors. Altar Temple. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar Templum Calixis X-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity, refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus' privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. That's fine. They can mostly do what they like. Greetings, what can I do for you? See about components and stuff. You sell, like, ship upgrades. But I don't have anything I can trade to you. Kinda sucks, but looks like we're gonna have to go. So, I'm thinking the Navica. I'm thinking, Yanis. Yeah. Chart new routes. Standard scanning could not reveal a route to the selected system. You can still get there by spending points of Navigator's Insight to plot a guaranteed direct path. Got it. Now, if I wanted to be safe, I'd go Sato's tomb. That'd take me near the cauldron, though. Yeah, I want to get towards here. I'm gonna have to start working. Lord Captain, the ship's senior officers request an audience with you. They're humbly waiting you on the bridge. Alright, what the hell do you assholes want? What? Did I burn too many bridges? I promise I only had 3 lighters with me. I don't know how I burned so many bridges. They're just so flammable. They were made of plasteel, sir. We don't know how you keep doing this. Those are regular lighters and you're not a psyker. It doesn't make sense. Yes. Lord Captain, let me request your attention for a moment. Must report a series of highly dangerous violations have taken place in the fuel compartment. Master-at-Arms is ignoring my demands. I am thus forced to appeal directly to you. Fuelers have founded a sect of some kind. This group practices fire worship of the Emperor, has been burning promethium near the fuel lines. Beg you to stop this madness before we all go up in flames. I should point out there have been no incidents in the fuel compartment so far. That's not a reason. The beliefs of this sect do not affect the obedience of the workers or their efficiency in any way. All assemblies are conducted strictly after hours with the permission of their superiors. However, if you find their practices unacceptable, we'll put a stop to them immediately. Does the ecclesiarchy recognize this cult, or is it considered heretical? Matters beyond my purview. The Confessor Adalbert be the judge of such business. A plump, rosy-cheeked old man steps forward. His voice deep and sonorous. The Emperor protects your lordship. I assure you that there is no heresy festering in the fuel compartment. The sect of the Fire Prophecies has been tested for purity and found to be in accordance with the creed. Their leader, who calls himself the Oracle of Fire, is devout and submissive to his servants. They do not twist the sacred teachings, and as for their chosen forms of worship, they are neither rare nor remarkable. Many such minor cults exist in the Imperium with the full approval of the ecclesiarchy. Good to know. Does he make prophecies? At least he and his flock believe the Emperor reveals glimpses of the possible future to him in the sacred flame. Occasionally his visions do come true, or so his followers convince themselves. We do not know whether the grace of the God Emperor truly lies upon him, or if he is merely a charlatan. Perhaps a blissful lunatic, or a wicked rogue who possesses psychic power not tempered by his will. A croaking voice interrupts the Confessor's words. Lord Captain, as choir master of the Astropathic Choir, I must be watchful of any threats to the ship's safety originating from the Immaterium. I have heard rumors about this oracle, so I have sent my adepts to see him. They assert that the man is a psyker. This man who speaks to the warp is a danger to himself and to the entire vessel. Both law and common sense dictate that he should be thrown into a holding cell, tranquilized, and handed over to the Inquisition to be sent to Holy Terra. Alternatively, you may also dispose of him in some other way. The burning my promethium? Amount of residue accumulated in the drainage tanks was so laughably small it's not even worth recording. If there were any real misappropriation of the ship's resources happening here, I would have already punished those involved, Lord Captain. Last sentence carries a faint note of regret. I know. Stand ready? Let's see. Confessor Adalbert and Mistress Sourback have attested that they're obedient, free of fault, and not ban. The Oracle's visions may prove useful, not let the law stand in our way. Do keep an eye on him, Vice. Let's see. Infernus Master says they're a danger to the ship, I'm convinced. Throw him in a holding cell and hand him over to the authorities. Throw this prophet out of the airlock. Ah, man. I don't think this is gonna matter too much. Let's see. Let's see. I do trust you. I don't trust you to be able to... I trust you to tell if what they are saying is heretical. It's probably not heretical, but he might be a charlatan about it. And you're not really testing for that. Now, Jocasta says they're not causing problems with morale, but generally, if it's a danger to the actual ship, I'm gonna have to ask them to disperse, probably. I'm convinced that my Infernus Master says they're a danger to the ship. Disperse the troublemakers. Lord Captain, tomorrow this cult will be forgotten, never to be mentioned again. Like, frankly, if they're burning too close to the... Honestly, I don't mind if they worship, just tell them to get away from the fuel lines some. You know? Is there a safer place they can do it? Just don't burn near the fuel lines. Honestly, if that's all it needs, then do whatever they want. I don't care. You say they're not heretical, then it should be okay. Ooh, we got pirates over there. I had to move through the pirates to get to where I wanted to actually go, because this... Alright, it's fine, it's fine. Space is two-dimensional. And Warhammer it basically is. Do I have a ship fight? Haven't done those in a while. Yep, ship fight. Barbara-class destroyers against me. Damn it. There we go. Oh no, the pain. Oh, the agony. They got fucked up. I think they're about to blow up. Which will be really funny. Uh, 45 to 55. 14 damages. Try lasering. It dealt a little bit. Two. Yeah, they're out of control or something. Owie. Oof. You dealt a little damage to the actual ship. You fuckers. I will rain hellfire upon you. You're about to do something, I don't know what. One. Beam. Got a bunch of ancient machinery, a little bit of scrap. Little tiny bit of scrap metal. Just a little tiny bit. Begin scan. They have plasteel. Imperium cartographers and chroniclers know this place well. Long ago, the planet was a prosperous outpost capable of eclipsing even footfall. There used to be a Cyclopean tomb station on its orbit, the final resting place of Cornelius Soto, one of the discoverers of the Coronis Expanse. The tomb gave its name to the entire system. However, about 400 years ago, an unknown cosmic body rammed into the station, causing it to collapse onto the planet. Not only did the catastrophe kill the settlers, it also made the world uninhabitable for centuries. The crater formed by the station's impact can still be observed from orbit. Sato's tomb became a sepulchre for the entire planet. So the place is neither life nor loot, knowing the nasty tricks that life can pose a treasure in its own right. Planet exploration and mining. Teeming with valuable resources. Before these resources can be harvested, however, an extractium needs to be set up on the world's surface. Scan the planet, select the icon, the resource you're interested in to deploy an extractium. Accept to confirm your choice. See how many extractiums you have available at the bottom of the screen. Required to develop colonies and complete contracts. Also use them to trade with various factions. New contracts are now available in the Gurnal. Requests issued by your colonies. By fulfilling them, you can obtain resources, increase your profit factor, receive unique items. Sometimes fulfilling contracts offered by one colony can affect the productivity of your other colonies. Contracts cost a certain amount of resources or a share of your profit factor. Contract's description contains both the costs associated with it and the rewards you'll receive. Fill a contract by selecting it in the journal, clicking complete contract. Yeah. Contracts. Someone wants Xenotech, and I get some profit factor. A favor. Plasteel. Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's servants have been buying up top-quality plasteel and transporting it to an unknown location. While the nature of the Lord Inquisitor's secretive, grand-scale manufacturing operation remains unknown, the names of those who are assisting him are uttered with great respect. Fuel for the faithful. Promethium for profit factor. Let's just do this one. And it's done, and I just get it. Cool. Look at some of this space dust. Get fuel. Cool. How about this space dust? More stuff. Let's see here. Upgrade the hull again. Why not? Do do do, boo doo doo doo, boo doo doo doo, boo doo 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 doo. Whoop. Route charting. Unsafe. Could reduce it to make it safe, but let's see about unsafe. As I am now fated to be your shadow, Dominant Goth, must perform a ritual that will seal our bond, for it pleases the Undying One. Let us speak on the bridge, and I'll take us to a place appropriate for the ritual. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Domin. I wish to inform you that the sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. The tech liturgy and the rite of the machine blessing ended with the data meditation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracle sent down by the Omnissiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. How the spirit of the Void Ship was able to call upon the power of the Machine God and activate the warp drive remains an unknown. Yet, during my meditative ritual, the Omnissiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. The sacred spirit that lives in the bowels of the ship's mechanisms differs from other analogous life forms. This spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the Machine God. What does this mean? Hypothesis. In extremis, the ship's spirit is capable of making unpredictable calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation, but I believe the spirit is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend that we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. What was it you were trying to find out? When the ship's warp engine was filled with the motive force despite the massive computational errors, a true technological miracle was achieved. No doubt it was the grace of the Omnissiah, but no such occurrences have been described in the catalog before. Hoping to gain sacred knowledge of the nature of what happened, I embark on blessed research and prayer. Report is received. Thank you, Pascal. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Let's visit this system. Land in it. Ooh. Before I actually go in, Cabela wanted to talk to me about something. Probably because I've technically advanced her now. She should be over here.
Domin.
Ready for the binding ritual?
Then follow me, Domin.
Alright, where are we going? Where the hell are we?
Are you ready to step into the labyrinth, Domin?
What exactly are we going to do?
This is the ritual of binding. By the Undying One's will, our fates are now as one. But I must still guide you into the maze of my mind. Although it is my predestination alone to walk its corridors in search of answers, your image must become part of the tangle. For I am your shadow, Domin, and your presence will aid me in sensing whatever threats may be looming over you.
What is all this on the floor, can I ask?
Instructions, directions, a depiction of the puzzle that can only be solved within one's own consciousness by following its bends and turnings. I do not require these lines to find my way, but for you, they will serve as a guiding thread.
Well, thanks for that part. I'm ready, Cabela. Let us begin.
Your weapon for the ritual. Watch the lines on the floor. You can only pass through the gaps. The rest, you need not know. Enter the labyrinth, Domin.
I am not a sword guy. I feel like you know this.
You are now upon the path. Your shadow now walks the labyrinth, and my gaze can now see when danger draws near you.
Her lips continue moving for a while longer, her eyes tracing the lines on the floor. Can you tell me what this really was? What is the true meaning of this rite?
You are not required to understand. You have joined the ritual. That will suffice.
I only seek to understand why this matters to you, to understand you.
Understand me? Why, Domin? My fate is preordained, and our places...
Yes, but I feel I don't fully understand that fate yet.
We both must serve the Undying One, as his design foretells.
Yes, and I'd like to know exactly why.
But if such is indeed your
I feel like
wish,
understanding why the God Emperor wants something will make it easier for me to do it. If I literally can't understand it, I'll still do it, but, you know, I want to understand what I can.
my path of service to the Undying Emperor is one of many twists and pitfalls. Every mind is fraught with weakness, and only by honing it tirelessly can one achieve focus and prime one's perception. I envision the tenets of the web as a maze of tangles and dead ends. Each time I go into a trance, be it one of the soul or of battle, I walk this path from beginning to end. And now that you're a part of it, you will be there with me when next I enter the labyrinth. You may deem it strange. You live in a world so far removed from my own that such rituals must seem absurd to you. I am sure I would find your rituals equally mystifying.
What? My rituals? What do you mean?
You are empowered by the will of the Undying One himself, and yet, when I look at your life, I am surprised. You follow a different thread, one that does not seem as strict to your thoughts and deeds. There is so much luster.
Would you like to see my world, Cabela? You've allowed me to witness your ritual. Only fair I show you one of mine.
To partake in one of your ceremonies? Returning the courtesy. That is how you say it up here, isn't it?
Loosely.
I will await your invitation. The labyrinth has accepted you. We have danced amid the crossing lines and minds, and by the dance, we are now bound.
Fascinating. really happy I got this DLC, because death cults are so interesting. And this one doesn't seem too out there for death cults. Some of them are pretty out there. I guess they wanted one that wasn't, like, full-on, yeah, this is secretly run by the ruinous powers and they don't know it. They wanted one that's actually mysterious, which are the way more interesting ones, where it's like, is the Emperor telling them to kill people? Let's see, Secrets of the Cult. No. Rituals of the Upper Deck. Host a truly memorable ceremony. The Lord Captain should discuss the preparations of the High Factotum on the bridge. I need to remember who the High Factotum is. There he is, Yanris Danrock. I'd like to introduce Cabela to some of the customs practiced among the people of my stature. Show what life is like on the upper deck, so to speak. Your lordship is most courteous, but what exactly do you have in mind? Warp translation ritual? I doubt our navigator and Master Helmsman would be thrilled. Warp does not forgive frivolity, so order and discipline during transition must be absolute. Your lordship should not have any distractions either. Fair point. We'll see what can be arranged. Not worry for a single moment. Promise to find the most suitable approach. Contact you the moment I have something to offer. Alright then. I was like, that's the only ritual I know of. That's a bad idea, sir. Yeah, you make a fair point. That is a terrible idea. Let's scan some planets. Scan it. Adamantine. Let's see. A small human dwelling stands on this barren, deserted planet. Scouts report that an old hermit lives there, who spends his days in prayer to the Emperor. Ask for a blessing. To Lord Captain's surprise, the old hermit turned out to be a navigator. When the old man discovered the noble status of his visitor, he willingly recounted his tale. He had retreated to this planet long ago, back when he was still in his youth, after he'd realized that his mind would not withstand frequent forays into the Immaterium, the realm of the archenemy. Sorry. The hermit spoke with pride about how he had worshipped the Emperor each and every moment of his life. But when he mentioned the golden light of the Astronomicon, his voice quivered. When his guests left, he stared after them for a long time, his gaze filled with sadness. 2 adamantine? I don't have any, like... Yeah, I don't have anyone asking for adamantine, so I don't know that I want that right now. Scan this. Happen to have read about burning worlds in Pandora? Okay, I'll never know what that said. In Pandora, it is said the fires there have been raging for close to a century, though no one knows how. How long has this one been burning? You training for all these hammers? Profit factor is apparently what it's called. We're just scanning some planets in this place. They got provisions. No one's asking for provisions, though. Smuggler's cash. Oh, free shit. I did get blessed by a death cult, though. Not explored. Trophies, plasma batteries. And there's a drifting void ship. What's this about? Choose the party. Heinrichs over Abelard. Because Heinrichs can also heal. Which I don't need too frequently, but, you know. Ugh. Y'all need to switch out. It's drifting, which probably means everyone who was on here is dead or worse. Heinrichs, I'm sure you know what worse means. Cabela can probably guess as well. Stomach turning, bloody smear on the wall form a malevolent symbol. Blood seems to have penetrated deep into the metal. Yeah. Ooh. Could clear a passage with a bomb. Jesus! Melta charges, people. Pascal, crack this open for me. Hell yeah. I feel like one of us could have climbed this. That is not a difficult climb up there. Well, not for Cabela at least. She's lithe and she does, like, she has like a 12-foot vertical. I feel like she should be able to do that by herself. But all this yeah. The dull sounds produced by the ventilation system create the illusion that the ship is breathing, like a living and terribly sick creature. Oh, good. I didn't know I was playing Space Hulk. This is bad. Very bad. The Omnissiah's grace has forsaken this place and these brethren. This tech priest can barely stand. From the many wounds where pieces of flesh used to be, blood mixed with oil is seeping out. That's not fucking good. What did we see? No, good. Door's freaking out. Alright, don't try to go through that one. Dark reddish blushes form the words, "O Omnissiah, the hour is upon us." Oh, lovely. Cabela, could you very carefully... Thank you, Cabela. Provocateur's helmet. -10 penalty to perception for all attacks made against the wearer, and to all enemies in a 2-cell radius from the wearer. Hang on. Your imagination is playing tricks on you, making you see faces twist and scream in the stains on the metal. I don't think that's my imagination. I can actually see that. Let me work on this. Come on, quit it. Stay up. There you go. You're fine. Another mad tech priest. Who? That's probably not good. Emperor, protect us. This is a house of darkness and corruption. Yeah, kinda figured. Void ships aren't usually floating unless something went real fucking wrong. Behavior of the Transformers was caused by no common mechanical malfunction. Possible the cause is of supernatural origin. Busy attempting to sew together the innards sticking out of his abdominal wound and the flexible wire emerging from the depths of the bulkhead. Okay, he's fucking crazy. Modules providing power to the massive ship. Alright, before I walk into this and everyone just gets like 4 trillion wounds, I'm gonna save. Yeah! Like I said. God fucking damn it. I really don't like that mechanic. If you ever take damage of any kind while not in combat, permanent wound. Forever. Unless you use a buttload of medical supplies that you don't have. And trying to control the entire party at once is like pulling... Fuck you! You really can't control your whole party at once, so they're just asking you to, one by one, drag people through. And that's fine in a friggin'... like, in an actual TTRPG, where you can do that. But in a game, you're just making one person do this shit forever. What the fuck? Okay, I think I see how this works. It doesn't matter if it's sparking at that exact second or not. Just never touch any of it. So I'm gonna have to pull everyone through this labyrinth. Does that right there count? Probably. Everyone has to go around through that, because I can't drag them all through at once, because the game's movement system would just crap on itself because of how this works. I really don't have fine control over where characters move, game. And sometimes I'll be very careful to not click on an area, and you'll make them move through that area anyway. Again, Cabela, you have like a 7-foot vertical. There is no reason you shouldn't be able to just jump over this crap. Just Pascal and Heinrich's left. There we go. Mad Technomat. Oh, machine god, deliver me from the oppression of the flesh. Let me draw closer to the perfection of the mechanism. Alright, turn that off. Oh, I could have just done that with one person. Emperor, protect us. This is a house of darkness and corruption. Emperor, protect us. Oh, Heinrich said it this time. Lore warp. Noticeable signs of warp activity here. Bloody spectacle you witness may have been a simple illusion or a vision of the past or future. Scraps of skin and broken nails and teeth are stuck in the ragged grooves on the bulkhead. Someone made a frenzied attempt to scratch the blasphemous symbol into the metal, showing themselves no mercy. Accursed flesh, you betray me. I am drowning in the mire of flesh and sinew, but my spirit longs for the perfection of the machine. Tech comrade, you are in need of a ritual protocol of repair. We will mend you. Yes, we will mend you. That didn't look like mending. Pascal, is that? No, they're fucking insane. Alright, just making sure. Bah.
The sacred exterminatus. I saw it for the first time in all its fiery majesty.
Yeah.
To behold the death of a world was akin to a revelation. I give thanks to the Undying One for the chance to bear witness.
Yeah, I blew up a planet. Well, I scorched a planet. I didn't blow it up. Cabela, gonna need you to go handle that for me. Thank you, Cabela. Pascal? There we go. Augmented gloves. 10 weapon skill and 5 strength. Someone could get some use out of that. What kind of gloves do you have? Tech use. You have these. I guess I don't have anyone in my party at this exact moment who's too keen on that. Feels a little warm and somewhat moist to touch. Remarkably similar to living skin. Oh, that can't be fucking good. Confess my wrongs, I renounce the weakness of the flesh, I offer my prayer to the machine, so that I may stand boldly before your image, O Omnisaya. No, fucking... Compressor Hall Main Cogitator. Invalid system pressure parameters. Expected value, 10. New system pressure, value 4. Value 5. What? But I can't... I have to go... Oh, wait. Let me save to make sure this is how this works. Pascal, aren't you immune? Nope. Just... Nope. Oh, cool. That damaged the whole party for some reason. Fucking... Can never get behind this. I literally have to walk through poison to be able to get through this shit. Just pick a character you don't mind if they get hurt. I mind if any of them get hurt. I don't like the wound mechanic. Stop forcing me to use it. Well, not use it. It's forcing me to be wounded. It's not cool. There's all these pressure stabilizers. Okay, system pressure 10. I got fucking lucky. Yeah. Just Pascal had to get injured. Fresh injury, so I can just use one kit on it. No check required for fresh injuries. Turn on the backup generator. Oh, yeah. More warp corpses. That's lovely. Could have also tried to bomb my way through, but this was 100% and that was 95. Oh, wait. Gonna have to bomb through anyway. Save in case it chooses not to work for some reason. Yeah. It worked. Bella, please disarm this. And this. Just some cargo. Gave up an explosive for cargo. Alright. Oh, the lights are back on at least. Where were the people who were just here? Where'd they go? That's not a good sign. Nothing on this entire ship has been a good sign so far. Is that a servitor? Oh, good. They're all insane. And they all have a ton of health for some reason. Good. That's what I desire. Voice of command. Telling you to be cool. Get more resolved. And bring it down. Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean you don't have line of sight to that one? Okay, you do. What the fuck? No, I refuse. I categorically refuse for you to do that to me, game. You are not going to make my attack hit 3 comrades rather than the one thing I was aiming at. I refuse categorically. It's not okay. It's not okay to have an enemy rush through all of my lines to one-shot one of my characters. It's not cool to force my attack to randomly kill 3 of my allies, when that's not how that has ever worked before. Bella would be better off nowhere, actually. There's no, like, weaker enemies for her to power through. Right here's okay for me. Authority. Set the front line as here. Set the back line as... It's really dumb that I can't rotate it in truth. Like, I can't make it so that my point is on the backer row so that I can set it a certain way. Nope, you just can't. Fuck you. Are you fucking serious? Do not try to tell me I can't see anything from there. Wait a second. I see the problem. I didn't have my fucking sniper rifle out. Why? Switched to my shotgun. Probably because of the temporary equipment of that other thing. Can't activate perfect spot right now. Well, I could, but I'd lose my attack, so... Word to ya, Emperor! Endure. Be the bulwark. Incoming servitors! Yeah! Code of Tainted Blessing. Hang on. No, let me... All corrupted machine creatures and creatures with reject the flesh feature gain 35 temporary wounds. That's not fucking good. Machine Spirit Banishment. We need to kill those before they could really fuck us up. Weakness identified. Chop it to pieces. Of course not. Yeah. Well, Cabela can't get over there still, so she essentially didn't have a turn. Jesus! %. It has cover? How? It's a fucking speaker that I can see! Do precise. Lower its cover efficiency. That helps some. I'll be in my perfect spot here. Dismantle. Missed. Air of authority. Take you a turn, my boy. What?
High momentum.
Give yourself a small heal. Warp's gonna be a little perilous, but you'll manage. Can't go to that guy like that. Actually, no, 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 no! There, here. Get chopping. Endure. Bulwark. In come the servitors. Pascal, luckily, has something that can really eat away at them. I think Heinrichs can deal with the Mad Logus here. Pascal. Thank you, Pascal. Move at least this far, and... you were here. Then you can... What do you mean, no line of sight? It's showing him as a line of sight. There we go. That didn't do shit. Damn it. Furious Recital. Get rid of that little debuff on ya. Hurry. Haha! Ow. Didn't work. Speaking of didn't work. Ooh. Oh, you parried that. Fuck you. Yeah. I can't see them from this angle, can I? No, of course not. I can't fucking see anything because this game hates sight lines for the player. Let me move here so that I can fucking see everything. I'm still in my perfect spot. So say I all. I have a plan. My plan is to shoot the guy. My plan worked, surprisingly. No one is more shocked than me. Yeah. You are the subject of our assistance today. Have an air of authority about you. Yep, rotate it. Guess I need to move the back line first. Rotate. Now, Argenta, give it a shot. Move here, control your shot. There you go. You still hit the guy. Move the rear to here, increase your hit odds.
High momentum.
Rush his ass. Endure. Yeah. That's not good odds that I'd like to see. So instead, do this. Banish the machine spirit. It has been a right bastardly little bitch. You are weak. Your mother doesn't love you. It is too high a chance to hit her. That works, though.
Boo.
Yeah. Ow. Yeah. Let's see here. Little better. Decent odds to kill it outright with that. You're actually my prey now, too, though. There we go. Yeah. Goth. You are being voiced. You commanded, I mean. Bring it down. I don't have enough to reload. I guess it's just a turn to move. Heinrichs, you are going to make your way back. Ever so slowly. Luckily, the dash move is here to give you way more movement than you thought you had. Wait, ah, damn it. Didn't actually move. Ah, fuck you! Jesus! No, I wouldn't be able to see them from that angle. No, no, not that. God. See them from here, from here. See them from friggin' here. But not from here. How kind. Alright, go from here. Still don't have enough ammo. Go here, sit down, reload. Low chance to work, try anyways. Of course not, hit the cover. Give Pascal a little pick-me-up. Tell him to get his ass in gear, too. Meow. Try this, Pascal. See what happens. Man, you blew that one up. So I'll call it a victory. He has more weaknesses now. Try. Nope. Ow. Go over and don't let this guy escape anymore. Yeah, just keep cutting him up. What's he gonna do? Stop you? Not yet. Alright, he's got a lot of cover. Let's change that. If I go precisely, it'll be much better odds, but still not great odds. Da-da-da. Alright, what if I'm in the perfect spot? Slightly better, I guess. God fucking damn it. Kill Pascal a little. I know that's bringing up our warp, but I think there was enough not warp left over that we could. Keep exploiting it. Keep giving him more shit. In fact, blow him up. Banish him. He's not allowed here anymore. He's not welcome. Shoot this guy. You actually hit him. By God. It's a Christmas miracle. Yeah, keep cutting him up, Debella. Debella, I mean. I said Debella, but that's wrong branch. Oh, we win! Hooray! He exploded for some reason. The warp is thin here. Ooh, hey. Marksman rifle. Higher minimal damage than the rebel sniper. But less hit chance. Same range, same max ammo. Put in cargo. I know I could have shot this thing, but that wouldn't have done anything for me. No one was around it. It's not like the enemies were getting buffed by it either. Plasma pistol. It's identical to the one he's already got on. When did they set this up? Well, were there bombs in the power supply? Great. At least this doesn't count as an ambush. I hope. I mean, it is not hard to look around a fucking corner. Just put that one there so he can shoot better, I guess. I killed that one at least. Okay. Okay, you're throwing multiple bombs. You're the specialist boy. Yes, I'm familiar with it. Alright, what can Vox skulls do? They can heal things. Best to kill them. Yeah, shut up. There you go. Mm-hmm. Eddie. Let's see here. I have plenty of targets, just most of them have shit I'll have to burn through first. And start with you. I'm in the perfect spot. To do that. Go here. Tell everyone Emperor best. I mean, no line of sight to target. You could literally... whatever. Just endure. Yeah, another Herald of Corruption. Please shut up. Yeah. I'd like to shut these things down, but would you believe all of them get their turns every turn? Oh, come on!
High momentum.
Alright. Dismantle. Everyone's suffering dots, suffer 'em more. Yeah, just rip and tear until it's done. Try here. That did okay. That did okay too. Recite furiously. Chop. Miss. Hate this line of sight crap. Alright, Cassia, you don't get a turn this turn because I'm not throwing you into that shit. Cool, he had a grenade. How many fucking grenades do you have? Yes, yes, keep doing that. Someday someone will care. Can't see it, apparently. You can't see a fucking speaker. You are my prey. And I have a plan. It's to shoot you. 71 damage. Start with some endurance. I don't want horrors of the warp. Just start trying to charge him, carve him up, my guy. Yeah, keep doing that forever.
High momentum.
Voodoo. Turn off another one, Pascal. Thank you. This guy needs to be exploited more. You know what? Resonate the pain again. Be on fire more than you already were. Just try to shoot this guy. What do you know? You shot him. Master your firearm. Damn it. There we go. There we go. Missed. Pascal could really use some. There he goes. Resolve wouldn't hurt him either. In fact, go ahead and let him take an extra turn. Because he can just nuke something. There we go. One less enemy to deal with. Alright, that's your fourth grenade this fight. I expect you to cut that shit out now. Cabella's just keeping them occupied, because they can't hit her. If she doesn't dodge it, she'll parry it. You need to be exploited. You need this as well. And let's guarantee I'll crit you. And you know what? I'll do more damage. There you go.
High momentum.
Heinrichs, try to finish him off. You don't have Reckless. That's fine. You can still endure. Yes, yes, keep being corruption. You're so cool at it. Everyone cares about you and your opinion. No line of... It's in the fucking sky! Blow up this one next, Pascal. Thank you. Fear not obliteration. Killed an enemy with 100 damage dealt by one attack. I certainly did. Alright. Yeah. Double back, because I actually want you building towards something. Yeah, try. Yeah, I didn't think so. Give that guy more exploits or something. There, joint analysis. So when my turn gets around, I will kill that fucker. Yeah. Bitches. Dodge. She's just ducking and weaving. No line of sight to Heinrichs. Cabela could use something. You know what, Cabela? You just do whatever you feel a need to do. Like that. You know what, Cabela? How about you do more? Keep doing. It's good for you. Way to go, girl. Okay, he has 5 grenades, which is actually against the rules that the game has set, so thank you. Patty. Die. Start looking at these Vox skulls because they're dumbasses. There's so much warp horror that would happen if I tried to do that, so not going to. Yes, yes, keep being a corrupting influence. You're so cool. There, now you're out of being able to do that.
High momentum.
Got that guy also. And in fact, make him not happy with his own life. Yeah, I think he already isn't happy. Oh yeah, there's that guy way in the back. He's not doing much. Kick. Good job. Reload. Yash. You suck. Make that the front line. No line of sight, because of course there isn't. Heinrichs, would you mind terribly? Thank you for the crit. Slap. Petty. Not enough amp. Alright, reload. Line of sight. Alright, just try to kill that thing. There you go. Heinrichs, would you kindly end the son of a bitch? Keep up your endurance, buddy. You explode. You've been an annoyance. Make it bleed if you can. No, a little. Ooh, crit for 20. Didn't hurt. Kick. Okay. Pascal, little bit of health. Little tiny bit of health. Go ahead and let him take a turn. He'll finish it off. Good job, big guy. Cabela could not shine here. All the enemies are way too durable for her to get her stuff. Because she is based on exterminating tons of small enemies. She just did not have that chance here. Heinrichs. Thank you. Okay, just some overexertion on Pascal. Frag grenade. He had a 6th frag grenade somehow. You're not allowed to have that many equipped. I mean, you can carry as many as you like, but you can only use up to 4 in a given instance, but he used 5. He has a special ability that makes the first one he used double, and doesn't consume something. That'd be fun and fair, wouldn't it? Cabela, turn these off for us, please. I beg of you. Thank you, Cabela. More for you. Okay, this is gonna be a little trickier. Cut off this one. Cut off this one. Thank you, Cabela. This is the door at the beginning we couldn't get through. There's gonna be some heresy. A formidable-looking door blocks the way into the next module. It is covered in scratches, as if someone clawed at the cold metal for a very, very long time. The door does not respond to your touch and stands fast, refusing to open. The writing above the doorway reads, Main Computing Cathedral. The tech priest blesses himself with a protective symbol, his hand visibly shaking. Shield us, O machine god, from the evil that has taken hold of your temple. Save us, preserve us from corruption, show us the way. The sacred metal that bars our path is weakened. Let us appeal to the machine spirit of one of the generators, so the metal may drink from its blessed energies. There should be one hidden in this module. What is this evil you mentioned? The tech priest says nothing for a while, when his vox comes to life, but the voice is hoarse, punctuated by static and interference. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. I am merely his servant. I cannot discern what has stricken the abode of the machine god. But I do sense a distortion of the structure, disfigurement of the molecular order. This ship is sick. Further conversing is unproductive. The will of the Omnissiah has brought us to these doors, thus our task is clear. Search for a way to proceed beyond so we can discover a means of cleansing these halls. Inspect the mechanism. Door in the entire adjacent section of the bay have no power. Must be a backup generator somewhere nearby. If you turn on, you should be able to proceed. Restore power. Yeah, I did that. I guess I was supposed to do that part first, but I didn't. Headhunter Light Carapace. Extra 3% dodge. 30% with... Ooh, and we've all leveled up. How's this look on me? Terrible. Oh, wait, what is it? 10th of your awareness, so... It actually cranks me up to 89% dodge, but I'm not getting attacked very frequently. That's actually only a 1% difference in my dodge. This... Let's see. That's +2 tech use also. Brings him up to 90. Okay, that works on you. Let's use our levels. Unyielding Guard. The Vanguard attacks each enemy that attacks Vanguard's allies in a 3-cell radius around. Till the next turn, always retaliates when attacked. That's okay. Executioner. Carnival of Misery. All damage dealt to enemies by dots is doubled after all other modifiers. Stacks and can be inflicted by more than one Executioner. Wow. Archmilitant can make one additional attack each turn until the end of combat, including one additional attack on the turn this heroic act was used. First attack after using this ability in each turn afterward costs 0 AP. Wow, that's really strong. Choose one combat tactics area. Every ally inside that area gains an extra turn with 1 AP and 2 MP at the start of the Grand Strategist's next turn. Every enemy that was killed in the selected combat tactics area, this AP is increased by 1 and MP by 2, up to a max. So we're getting new heroic acts. Simultaneously make several attacks. The number of the attacks is equal to the number of prey in combat. Equally divide among all prey in their line of sight. Always hit and always score crits. That would be really good to let me mass exterminate. Temptations of the Flesh Silica cleanse us. Let's do a little save before we start what's about to happen here. Magos Tiberius Mala. The air in the room is permeated by a wild mixture of miasmas of both mechanical and biological origin. Blood, rust, vomit, machine oil, excrement, kerosene. All these smells blend together into such a thick stench that it almost feels palpable. Just as the air here is one mad tangle of odors, the device in front of you is a mishmash of wriggling wires and transplanted fragments. In all the clutter, one could almost miss the main component. A heavily augmented man, whose upper body is embedded into the frame of the machine, dozens of wires piercing his flesh. A crust of congealed blood and other bodily fluids covers the man's entire body, but his eyes are open and his gaze is keen. This gaze is turned to you, devoid of surprise or deference. Who are you, disturbing the peace of holy martyrs in the home of our grief? What do you want? Let's see. Some of your brethren protect themselves with are the symbols of chaos. No fate more honorable than purgation through suffering in the name of faith. You are deceived, servant of the Omnissiah. Your torment is not holding back the corruption, it is sustaining it. It is not too late to expel this blight. The man's eyes clear for a moment. They still lack understanding, but there is a hint of surprise. He slowly looks around the room, at the ecstatic priest, at his own mangled body. His vox hisses as if he is struggling to say something. Conviction of faith effect. 100% crit chance until the next crit hit is scored. Suddenly, the mingled stench in the room is drowned out by the sharp, piercing smell of ozone and grease. You sense that the nauseating atmosphere that prevailed in the room is condensed into a single point of evil in the depths of the ship. It is now hurtling towards you. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh god, no. Oh, fuck me. A forge fiend. That's what we need. Cassia, get behind this cover. It's not great cover, but it's cover. Pascal, you're going to be ripping this thing to shreds each turn, because I'm relatively sure. No, it doesn't have reject the flesh. Ugh. The servitors do. Pascal can get rid of the ads at least. Argenta, you should be able to do stuff. I didn't get behind cover. I was too busy moving other people behind cover to realize I needed it as well. This is the front line. A lot of it is the Forge Fiend, but that's okay. This is the back line, where our cover is just better. And this is the rear, where Ungoth will be shooting. Shooting. Shoot. Give him an air of authority. Or use your own air. And then it's his turn. Analyze. That thing is our prey, for sure. And, I've got a plan. I'm gonna shoot the fuck out of it. 71 damage. It can shoot back. Not the desire. Yeah. Oh, God. You can just do that whenever the fuck it feels like. Cannot be used again this turn. I guess it's technically the same turn. I'm in the perfect spot. I'm gonna pierce him. Showed him. Okay, this thing's kinda bullshit. Ow. Forget the kinda. At least some of this. The Vox Skulls really just don't do anything. Oh, come the fuck on! Yeah, just put more on that thing. You suck. Brutal. Fire! Why would it turn that direction? I really think there should be a limit to the number of fucking return fires it can take. It shouldn't be allowed to do that as many times as I attack it, when attacking it is the only means of interaction you have in this game. Okay, it parried. That's real cool. Cool, it just keeps shooting Pascal. Because it says it can. Fuck any and all logic. This is also why legendary actions in D&D 5th edition are stupid. Ah yes, I see. This enemy, resists because I say so, and he gets to take an extra turn right now because I say so. Let's abandon the entire set of the game so that I can make this harder, because I couldn't think of a better way within the rules I gave the game. Give Pascal something to not die with. She could look at it, but she'd hit a lot of us in the process. Pascal, bring something down. He almost did.
High momentum.
Let's see. The thing is on fire. How on fire is it? You scrounge for food? What'd you find? Oh yeah, this thing's permanently on fire because I hit it with something. It takes 8 burning damage every turn. Now it takes 16 burning... Actually, no. Now it takes 21 burning damage every turn because I say so. Yeah. Or 17, it reduced somehow. Ow. Ow. You ate what was left of a burger. That sounds depressing. Piercing shot. I have a plan, Arthur. I'm gonna shoot the fuck out of this thing. I fucking murdered it. I have all the power in the world. Yeah. Pascal, how about you, I don't know, buddy. Well, you can start by banishing that machine spirit. And just beat the fuck out of that guy. I mean, try to shoot it. It's just a Vox skull, so it's not gonna be able to do much at this point. Cabela's got all this movement, though. There. Everybody win. The man's mutilated body is racked by wave after wave of convulsions. Evil. That was evil incarnate. Evil. The corruption that watches us day and night. Suddenly the man raises his head and looks you straight in the eye. You have banished the evil. You tried to warn me, but I was deaf. The ship, Kiava Gamma, it followed us from there. Is that where your ship is from, Kiava Gamma? Yes. The ship and the planet. The traitors among our brethren, tormenting the sacred mechanisms. You remember this part? I just killed a forge fiend. Ugh. Letting corruption into their systems. They turned that which is holy into the unholy. And they set these new, twisted machines on us. Their tech comrades. We managed to flee, but one of the monsters found its way onto the ship. A tear appears at the corner of his eye. He thrashes frantically in the mess of wires piercing his body. We fought. We cut off one module after another, as one cuts away rotting flesh. But it followed. Its invisible influence, the corruption it exuded, it claimed us, one by one. The crew were merely humans of flesh and blood. They were so weak, they succumbed so easily. We could not save them from evil, so we gave the ship to the darkness among the stars. But the darkness came for us too, in this last module, where we intended to make our last stand. Then I sacrificed myself. I became a filter, a stopper against the corruption emanating from the machine. I succumbed. The corruption came for our souls. The corruption of Kiava Gamma. Traitors. With the last of his efforts, he rasps. The fabricator sensor. It all started with him. He was the one who let this taint into the sacred code. He was the one who doomed our brethren. He was the one who spawned the steel monstrosities in the furnace of our planet. Rest in peace, you will be avenged. I was a part of the great force that drives the universe. I do not fear the cold of death. A wheezing breath escapes the man's chest, then his eyes close. What do we got here? Diagnoster grants 15 Medicae. Okay. Heretical Cloak. Wear this cloak gains a psychic power, allows them to sacrifice from 3 to 9 wounds to immediately teleport to any cell in a 4-cell radius. Heresy. Psycho Heresy. Oh, you got some broken ribs. That's permanent. It's okay, I think this area is kind of done for. Lore Warp. Empty shell of a demon engine. It was this creation, a horrifying mix of real space technologies and the deranged powers of the warp that disrupted the ship's systems and twisted the tech priests' minds. Goddamn Forge Fiend. Demon engines. And technology and heresy mix, it makes the worst shit. But it's okay. Back to the ship. Ugh. Back to the map. Back to the map. Back to the map. Coronis map. Whatcha? Chart us some routes. What are we gonna do? The hell is that? Trinitas. I got lots of points, let's make this safe. Permission to report, Lord Captain. I keep receiving messages about strange behaviors in certain ship systems. All decks report the uncontrollable opening and closing of doors, gates, and airlocks. They behave erratically and do not obey the operator's commands. Regrettably, this has led to casualties among the crew. The tech priests have explained that these phenomena are being caused by the machine spirit's irascibility, and have spent hours chanting litanies to soothe their anger. Unfortunately, many crew members were badly injured before the prayers could stabilize the systems. High Factotum Janrus Danrock. High Factotum's voice rings with pride. Lord Captain, I have done as commanded. Everything has been prepared for your ritual with Mistress Cabela. Select few upper deck officers are ready to leave their posts to attend this formal gathering and praise your lordship's name. You can begin at your convenience. Doubt Cabela will enjoy this. I'm confident that Mistress Cabela will appreciate the effort, both yours and mine. Could be more representative of the Lord Captain's inner circle than a formal event in the company of the most eminent members of the crew. Alright, let's try to let her have fun with this. It will be done. I shall signal the servants and notify the invited parties immediately. Let us demonstrate to Mistress Cabela just how strong our vessel's spirit of camaraderie truly is. Hang on. No, not that. Ready for the gathering on the officer's deck. Well, let's go to the officer's deck. Wherever that is. That's not where I am at this exact moment. Officer's deck. Cabela stands out clearly from the officers in attendance, both for her favoring the full regalia of a member of the Bloodspun Web over formal attire, and for the empty space around her. The other attendees are keeping their distance, as if an air of mortal danger repels them from your companion. Danrock, whose keen, worried gaze is locked on Cabela, and whose mouth is stretched in the most courteous of smiles, gives you a hurried bow. Your lordship. Dominangath. You are here. Cabela sounds neither excited nor solemn. Her tone is indifferent as her fearsome metal claws clutch a slice of fruit from one of the plates. And found a delicacy that's to your liking? She smiles. Food like this is impossible to come by in the lower bays. I do not know what this is, but it tastes incredible. At least she's having some good food. Juice is dripping down her fingers and hand. Seems she's the only one here who has not lost her appetite. The officers' faces have turned into pale, alarmed masks, and none of them is in a hurry to enjoy the feast. They like the ceremonies on the upper decks. I'm attempting to peer through the floored shell to the core, yet it continues to elude me. Cabela looks you in the eye. What is the purpose of this ritual, Dominangoth? Explain it to me. Let's see. Camaraderie. Spending all your days in toil can be dreary. Gratitude. My crew is willing to give their lives for the dynasty. This is my way of praising their service or power. People came to the snap of my fingers. They look at me, hang upon my every word and gesture, hoping against hope that I might grace them with a smile or a glance. I'd say gratitude. My way of praising their service. Does one merit gratitude for doing what their duty demands? Would these people act differently without your show of appreciation? I hope that is not the case. It is not that I believe they would not. It is that I do believe they are deserving of my gratitude, nonetheless. I am too conspicuous beside the rest of your servants. Cabela looks at the other guests, and they quickly avert their eyes. A fitting mask. That is what is required for ritual like this. I came unprepared. It will not happen again. How are you? I feel wrong. Strange people, strange sounds and gestures. Cabela lets out a sharp breath. Her gaze becomes vacant, and her hand reaches for the table knife. I am losing myself in this whirlpool. Grasping the knife, she begins to carve lines into the expensive wooden tabletop. A nervous murmur runs through the crowd. Their tense gazes are locked in the harmless-looking, barely sharpened metal utensil in the hand of the cultist of the blood-spun web. Let's see. Give Danrock a pointed look. I could absolutely just say, is there someone here that finds the contact of the Lord Captain's guest disturbing? So you've already mastered the art of commanding attention. You seem to be quite in your element. I could absolutely do this. Any of these. Give Danrock a pointed look. Commanding attention. She blinks in surprise and looks up at you. She glances back and forth, seemingly privy to the meaning of your words. And then, her clear, genuine laughter fills the room, startling everyone around her. Suppose that's true, Dominangoth. And not fluster your subjects further. Bella glances at the maze she has inscribed and sighs. Whenever I lose my thread, whenever I'm forced astray by the outside world, I return to the labyrinth. It has all the answers. My meditation helps. In finding my way out, I regain myself and praise the righteousness of serving the Undying One. Gesture at her spinner's mask and regalia. Choice of attire is not customary for such gatherings. Quell looks at you with mild confusion. My appearance tells those around me who I am. Everyone here is wearing a mask of their respective thread. This is not a requirement for your rituals. She glances at the opulent room, the dazzling decor, and the handsomely dressed officers. Sense that this gathering was a terrible mistake. Danrock sighs heavily and looks down. Why? You have looked behind the curtain at my existence, and now I have looked at yours. Cabela stares at you intently. I do not think that we have heard all the words that should have been spoken here today. Is it because you do not wish to say them in front of witnesses? Grow weary of the crowd, take a walk with me. Cabela avoids your gaze as the two of you walk away from the other guests. She seems calm, but the slight tremble running down her right hand betrays her agitation. Once you're alone, she looks straight at you. I have discerned what you are doing here, and I know that you're calling it a ritual was a ruse. True rituals are constant, immutable, like the cycles of the cooling machines in the ship's bowels or the shifts of the base servants. This was spontaneous, something you prepared just for me, and you stayed at my side the entire time. Now here you are, granting me yet another request. Why is that? What do you mean, why? Like, I could be confused at her confusion. I could say, you're my instrument, my blade, one I intend to maintain. You're my comrade. I cannot simply dismiss you and your wishes. Come to value your company? I want to show you there are other things in life besides service and duty. I feel like this would bug her, because that's like, service and duty is her whole life. And I don't think I need to take that from her by any means. Value your company, not just that. What do you mean why? There's no place for idle benevolence, neither along your thread nor along mine. Cabela's eyes seem almost to glow in the dark, yet you offer me attention and privileges that are both undeserved and unnecessary. Why? Let's see. I think I've actually fucked this up somehow. Yeah. I think I messed up. I don't know how exactly. I think I picked the wrong thing. Let's see here. I suppose... Alright, here's the thing for me. What Ungoth is looking for in a woman is blind devotion to the Emperor specifically. And I'm gonna level with you, if Argenta ain't it, Cabela could be. And I'm not gonna lie, insanity is definitely a turn-on for him. So let's try that again. Just that to Cassia. Cassia is also it, but I think I've already missed my chance on that boat. And I'm not gonna lie, wood, you know? I feel like, the Navis Nobilite is a bit of a hear me out. Probably my best hear me out. My hear me outest hear me out. Let's see about camaraderie. Spending all your days in toil can be dreary. Dreary. Is serving one's thread not the greatest joy there is? You of all people should know this, Dominant Goth. I'm too conspicuous beside. How are you? Feel wrong. Strange people. She's cute. She is pretty cute. Could it be that someone here finds the conduct of the Lord Captain's guest disturbing? Your words diffuse the fearful attention focused on Cabela as a strike cruiser scatters a raider squadron. The officers stop staring at your intimidating companion. Let's see. Since this gathering was a terrible mistake... Ah. This shit I literally just can't do. What did I do wrong? Because I'm looking at stuff... I look here and there's just... There's just a scene that's not happening. How is it not happening? What am I doing just doing the checks make it not happen? That wouldn't make sense. Why would they do the checks if they give you less content? That's really dumb if so. Or did I fuck something up like 4 hours ago and I'm never gonna know why? Because again, fuck you, game. I don't know how I fuck everything up somehow. Try again. Dignity of true nobleman. High factotum glowers at those in attendance, silences them with a vicious smile. You like the ceremonies on the upper decks. Camaraderie. Not custom. No, this is just a scene, not fucking happening. Alright. Take a walk with me. Let's see if I can still do this, even though there's a thing that just doesn't want to happen because it doesn't want to. What do you mean, why? I've come to value your company. So that's how it is, Dominant Goth. She suddenly looks away, a smile touches her lips. When you asked me if I wanted to look at the rituals of your world, I was not entirely candid with my answer. Yes, to see the Domin's world is a priceless gift, but what I truly wished for was to see it with you. Gives you a searching look, narrowing her eyes. What do you think, Dominant Goth? Has your blade failed you? I have no use for a blade that tries to deceive and toy with me, remember that. That sounds promising. Cabella's lips stretch into a smile. She slowly places a hand on your shoulder. I share your anticipation, Dominant Goth. Yay, little kiss for the insane person, 'cause I'm a different type of insane. Yay! Cabela reciprocates, hesitantly at first, then passionately. Lips are warm and soft, surprisingly so for someone seemingly woven from muscle and unyielding will. I'd like to stay with you, somewhere private. Then take me there, Ngoth. Spark, you started a romance. Do. I'm ready if need be. Yeah! We're dancing! The insane cult lady! Yay! We will never let her know she was the silver medal. Under zero circumstances. Hope she doesn't ever... Okay, we're fully clothed. I can still go with this. 8 hours passed.
Different in intimacy from what I expected.
What exactly did you
Discovering
expect?
new sides to you.
Cabela draws a finger across her pale skin, tracing a long, fluid line from the curve of her hip to the sharp ridge of her clavicle, though the pattern of ritual wounds and battle scars. We have gained knowledge of one another, Ngoth. Through the revelation of the flesh, we have spun a stronger spiritual bond between us. Do you feel it? We've certainly become closer. This pleases me. I believe this is but the first of many revelations we'll receive. She stretches languidly on the bed. Each new encounter promises the opportunity to know you better and to reveal myself to you. We will explore our bodies and souls to attain total unity. You enjoy this evening? Cabela's eyes drift closed. Yes, it was a new sensation. Every moment with you was replete with meaning. Empty lust would not grant such depth of feeling. Did not know physical intimacy held any interest for spinners. The blood-spun web does not encourage the pleasures of the flesh, but nor does it forbid them. A spinner is free to enjoy carnal love, but what draws them to it is usually curiosity rather than passion. Or a special feeling, a sacred feeling that must not be sacrificed to ACCs. Asceses? Must attend to other matters, and I must spend some time alone. I must traverse the labyrinth with new knowledge of us. Ugh. Glad I got her to put the sword down. I was excited. Scared. Excited by how scared I was. And a little scared by how excited I was. So I don't think I was ready that time. Maybe next time. Do. Yeah, that. We can, at the very least, we can still check out this area. Let's scan some of this. Begin scan. Name is familiar. Seen it somewhere in my observer's reports. Could get plasteel, but no one's looking for plasteel right this sec. And I want to prioritize stuff people are looking for, because I only have so many of those. Nothing but experience, that's fine. Nothing but experience. Ooh. Eldari. What? Enemy has launched torpedoes. However, you can destroy them before they reach you. Torpedoes are always fired in salvos. They do not have shields or hull integrity. Every attack that hits a salvo destroys 1 torpedo per shot. From here on out, you may encounter clusters of small ships that follow the same rules in combat as torpedoes. Okay. What? No, I fucking dorsal. There we go. More torpedoes. This is really fucking fair. Fucking ow. Why does that only count as 1? That's really dumb. Wait, how did that not count as a hit? Are you serious? They move that fucking far? Dealt something at least. Restart the shields. Really? More goddamn torpedoes? You can't hit them that many times in a goddamn turn. Just try to take this out, and the torpedoes are gonna hit. Just accept it. They can miss by a wide margin at least. And they can't hit right away. Oh look, torpedoes. There's so many things I could have done to prevent that game. That's such a fair mechanic. You have to hit them 4 times. Man. Go. You always just outmaneuver them? I guess that's the only option I have, because shooting them is a dumb idea. But you know, the tutorial said to shoot them, so you know, me, a dumbass who tries to do what the game informs me that I should be doing, how are the shields still not up? Fuck you mean, missed? Not even slightly what I meant. Yeah. That is not what I wanted you to do. Literally one move outside of the torpedoes I fired. What do you mean, too far? There, die. Battle is over. Got 900 experience. Yay. Rank 2. 30 scrap, some wraithbone fragments. Let's go for an upgrade, I guess. Okay. What is this? Next shot gains 2 extra range. From 1 to 3 rounds at random. Okay. While moving, may make its next turn at 90 degrees instead of the usual 45. 1 to 3 rounds at random. Chosen sector of flagship's void shields is reinforced until it suffers damage. Warp wave. Immaterial cause an enemy ship to immediately turn that, I think arc augury, just random chance at better. Oh, I get 2. And, increased chance of absorbing enemy attacks and lose only half its strength when absorbing damage. Removes any previous reinforcement. So I can just choose something to reinforce. Okay. Top of firing weapon, ship comment using a billet. Yeah. Begin scanning. Lord Captain, we've received a transmission from Foulstone. It was sent by members of the Order of the Hammer, votaries of St. Cognatius, whose monastery is the only settlement on the planet. Or rather, it used to be. Some time ago, a transport vessel, the Navica, unloaded several thousand refugees from a planet belonging to rogue trader Winterscale. The Order of the Hammer has judged this invasion to be an act of aggression and is asking for your lordship's protection. Will not abandon people of faith in distress. Prepare a landing party in my shuttle. I'm taking the monastery under my protection. As it pleases your lordship. Okay, 60, which would be 120 years, and 11 days after the feast of the passing of Nicomedes Keith, the champion of faith, disquietude marred the calm of the monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Countless tortured souls, steeped in fear, arrived on Foulstone in a starbark. A great apostasy had befallen their home and turned them into abject wanderers seeking help and refuge. Their wicked and cruel captain, the owner of the Navica, had betrayed them. Once the unknowing souls in his care had made landfall on the world's surface, he most deviously recalled his shuttles and left, thus ridding himself of his duty of care to the unfortunate lot. Not knowing how they would survive in Foulstone's grim wastelands, the Forsaken people came to the monastery of St. Cognatius, and there they surrounded its walls. They hammered their fists on its gate and implored and wailed, "Take us in, protect us!" What once was a place of serenity and grace was now full of din, disorder, and all manner of things despicable. The interlopers brought with them worldly futility and strife, and mayhap also the seeds of alluring blasphemies, if fiendly heathens lurked in their midst. After a prayer, the prelate Hectarchius turned his eye to the past in search of instruction. Prelate Hectarchius recalled the first missionaries to set foot on Foulstone's vast wasteland, led by their zeal for serving St. Cognatius. Those missionaries had received the blessings of Nicomedes Keith, the champion of faith who had traveled with them in their starbark, to found in this place a humble and pure abode wherein to cultivate wisdom and piety. And St. Cognatius, a man of great endeavors, a warrior and a wise artificer, never cowered behind the walls of a librarium, but stepped bravely into the darkness, carrying light in the palm of his hand, and he commanded others to do the same. Not only Foulstone, but many other worlds of the Cronus expanse bear its imprint. And Prelate Hectarchius did welcome the interlopers warmly as his guests, but he did warn his brethren to keep their vigilance. The brethren and sisters of the Order of the Hammer came forth to meet the strangers, carrying water and protein victuals, and medicinal herbs and jugs of promethium. But the crowd came to blows over viands, and blood was spilt, and many were trampled or mauled in the stampede, some of them dwellers of the monastery. Then the warriors of the Order of the Hammer donned their flak cowls, inscribed words of praise to the God Emperor on their tactical visors, and went forth, ready to render service in battle. With lasguns and bolters they pierced the interlopers. With their chainswords and power flails they struck them, and a great and bloody harvest was reaped that day. But the interlopers too, scant though their armament was, and scanter their skill in battle, slew many among the monastery's dwellers, for great were the numbers and greater their desperation. The monks fled beyond their walls, and rang the vox alarum, and shut the gate, and commanded the armed guards to keep watch over that gate, slaying any who approached. A quarrel broke out. The hungry and the sick lay siege to the monastery, begging for help. In their spite, they blocked the water collector, and unpowered the janitorium. The faithful, in the meantime, made ready to resist. And a miracle came to pass. The God Emperor sent his champion, his confidant, his right hand. Let's see, summoned Prelate and the leaders of the interlopers to hold each to account for their deeds, commanded his formidable boarding force to fall upon the interlopers and slay as many as could be slain, extend a veil of protection over the interlopers, and I'll gain a people, taking them into his care, unleash his armed forces upon interlopers and monks alike, wreaking great shedding of blood and pillaging for his delectation, and I'll get unique stuff, bade the dwellers of the monastery fight the interlopers for his amusement like beasts of war, cast a contemptuous eye over the aftermath of the bloodshed, and departed with words of abuse and reproach. No. They came out to give you guys food. You, turned this into a fight. All of you die. And there was a great battle, and the accursed miscreants lost their lives in great numbers. The rest fled swiftly to the wastelands, there to hide in fear. And Prelate Hectarchius sent a vox transmission to the rogue trader beseeching, "Destroy us not, but extend a hand of protection over us, for these wicked people will return to exact their vengeance." The most exalted rogue trader gazed over Foulstone's expanses and quoth, "Now 'tis mine." Quoth his gaze darkened, this world could be mine, but 'tis not to be. Fare ye well, for I depart. Extend a hand of protection over them. Yeah. And the faithful rejoiced, for henceforth they would have an unwavering and mighty guardian, and they proclaimed it for all to hear. Singing hymns of glory, they unsealed the airlocks and opened the abode's gates, for a great endeavor in the glorious name of the rogue trader awaited them. Foulstone was to be led to prosperity and faith, to triumph. After a prayer, the architects set to work. In accordance with the saint's teachings and the parameters set forth in the standard template construct, they erected spacious living quarters and sturdy fort walls for the planetary militia, and a spacious auditorium wherein to trade and store goods. At a proud sensorum within those walls, clerks and servo bondsmen would maintain order and keep statistical records. And a new yet righteous way of life came to Foulstone, and the people rejoiced and all was good. Yay! Only certain worlds, usually the most habitable, are suitable for establishing thriving colonies ripe for development. Completing projects and colony events can earn the rogue trader unique rewards that cannot be obtained through any other means. Projects are the backbone of colony development. Completing them requires resources that can be obtained by exploring planets and cosmic anomalies. Completing a project takes time. While you continue your travels throughout the Cronus Expanse, you'll receive a notification on the screen when a project is finished, informing you the reward can now be claimed. Let's see. Okay, but if you just choose to be a heretic, you could just jump in and get all their, like, physical rewards. Let's see. Privilege of becoming Foulstone's patron is a tempting prospect for many. The Rogue Trader's assistance, the Order of the Hammer, will retain ultimate authority over the world. The Ecclesiarchy lacks a capital in the Cronus Expanse from which to guide the faithful. If Foulstone ascends to the status of a cardinal world, the Adeptus Ministorum will ensure the prosperity of their new planetary stronghold. Heretics will tremble when they hear of the alliance between House von Valancius and the Ecclesiarchy. And my void ship would gain the Emperor's Retribution feature. 5% crit against chaos enemies. That'd be nice. Drusians. Followers of the cult of St. Drusus believe in continuing mankind's crusade and bringing new worlds into the Imperium's fold. Here are the principles of asceticism, high moral. Most of all, they value sacred relics and artifacts. Give me holy gifts, 2 profit factor, 1,000 Drusians RP, 1 efficiency, 2 profit factor, 1 security, 2 profit factor, 1 complacency. Amount of profit factor produced. And the speed. Increasing profit factor, but decreasing speed of prospects. Whereas security, cope with negative events on its own. Okay, that'd be pretty good, because I can't come here all the time. What will this give me? Shield of Faith. Prow shield sector. I think just permanent crit chance against chaos is pretty cool. Though, a flamer. It's a light flamer, though. I don't have flame proficiency. Execute the High Throne. And, this is all locked for now, I think. Manage your colonies remotely using colony management. Okay, good. I don't have to come back here to do that every time. Alright. Who is this punk I've heard about? Flying around in one of my sectors? Die.
The skein of fate can lead us to victory.
Okay. Sometimes during space combat, you'll see different types of anomalous zones. Any vessel that enters such a zone, even with only part of its hull, receives specific positive and negative effects. Yeah, sure. Iconoclast class destroyers. Okay. May I play the game yet? Thank you. Yes, please shoot it. You fucking... And shoot this one too while you're at it. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is. I foresee starboard attacks coming. I appear to have been correct. There was also that side. And blast you out of space, I guess I'd say. Gone skis. Owie. Ah, bitch. Yeah, I can't even get around all the way to be firing at him. They just have better range and speed than me, so that's fucking annoying. Really? They can aim fucking backwards. He's literally perfectly out of my range. Like, in every regard. I can't do anything to hit him like that. Fucking ow! Oh, fat lot of fucking good that did. Oh, so the fucking mischance applies to me as well. Yeah. Oh no, but the enemy can hit me from literally fucking anywhere on the map. Didn't work. Yeah? Die. 900. Receive new equipment for your ship. What did I get? Stages pattern macro battery. Just better than the current one. Yeah, I'll take it. But which side? I guess starboard. Get some hull repairs in before we start trying to upgrade her. Back to the map, back to the map, back to the map, back to the map. Chart up some routes for us. I am trying to get here. Is Omicron. Let's go here. Lord Captain, I hasten to report the disturbing news brought to me by the machine spirits of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassia. You see, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you allow, I've prepared a detailed report. Deliver your report. The first incident occurred immediately after a departure from Urek 5. Lady Navigator chastised one of the ship's runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, and then shot himself. The second incident was noticed while traversing the warp. Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions, and the void ship was thrown off course. For a matter of minutes, but this was enough for the forces of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirits enough for them to start a fire in the service bay. After that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to express extreme emotions. Hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. It is quite detrimental to crew morale and performance. Last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird cost a hefty sum, but I failed to discover their purpose and subsequent fate. I was also told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and the Seneschal. Alas, with no details. If you like, you can ask Master Wasarian directly. Things are even worse with Jay Hidari. I intercepted a Voxcast in which she promised she would, and I quote, end that Casca, end quote, if she ever saw her again. If I may, Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be superstitious. I fear that only you are in position to talk to her on an equal footing and improve the situation, for the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. The warp jump went surprisingly smoothly. None of the deck officers on duty reported any incidents. However, a strange discovery awaited the Lord Captain when he returned to his quarters. The bed was unmade, the impression of a head was still visible on the pillow. There were no other signs of intrusion. The guards swore under oath that nobody had entered Lord Captain's quarters. The Immaterium released us from its grip, this time. Boo. Let's just look at the routes first. There's actually a red one from Avorius. That's not one you want to take frequently. But, you know what? Let's go talk to Cassia. You gonna cheat on your crazy GF? No. I'm going to discuss why people keep dying around her. That is a very, very different thing. Kasia?
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
You're talking about the immaterium thing that was in my bed. I assure you, I don't fuck chaos. Just as a general rule. Heard rumors you're not getting along well with the crew. Panic flashes in her ruby red eyes. Your heart starts beating a little faster while your hands go cold.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Willpower test succeeded. Let's go to my study. No one will disturb us there.
Then lead the way, and I will answer all of your questions.
What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I have nothing to say to your unfounded accusations about my conflicts with the crew. Cannot recall my having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. The messenger you rebuked butchered his own family and then killed himself. I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on the ship. Cassia ponders this for a moment. I think I remember. Kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers with too much rotten okra on his shoulders. Grew tired of the disgusting color, advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off his shoulders. He had not come the next day. Or ever again. Yeah. In the warp voyage you gave the wrong orders, which led to the vessel shifting off course and the service bay being destroyed. Saw something in the warp, something vast, predatory, shimmering with indescribable colors. Came from nowhere and stared at the ship with hundreds of hungry eyes right there in our path. Decided to change the course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. It would have been better to tell the crew we were heading straight into a monster's gaping maw. You should have informed a senior officer that there was something in the way and this was an emergency course change to avoid it. See, that's a failure to communicate. Better to have something explode than whatever the hell you saw there. Officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. Already told you I cannot control my abilities. What else you want from me? Will I be signed a pariah chaperone or will you put me in suppressing shackles? I suppose that one's not your fault. Mind telling me why you needed 100 species of bird and what you used them for? Admittedly, I'm a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird. But he never asked for clarification, and shortly before we left, I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red panic with flickering tints of fear. There was a bird in every one. Alright, I'll admit, that sounds like not your fault. I was so excited, I thought I would have hundreds of friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously, I let the poor things out. I even fed them breakfast and dinner. Stupid birds would not stop chittering even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings, and defecating. Became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I don't think I want to keep pets anymore. Yeah, okay, I think I've heard enough. You share your thoughts to me? Truly a monster? No. Woes dog your steps, we will find a way to defeat them. Woes dog your steps. Your kindness knows no bounds, and I do not think you are doing anything wrong in and of itself. I think there has been a bit of failure to communicate, though. So I think you changed the course because you saw something. You don't have to sow panic, but tell a senior officer that there's something in the way. We're going to do this a bit differently than before. There might be some issues, but it's better than whatever I saw. See, that... And they know to be discreet. And if they're not discreet, I remove the bones that were previously their shins. I just take them out. And they don't get to have shins anymore. They just walk around on their knees. We attach the ankles there, in fact. We keep all the skin, though. Just a lot of loose skin. It's gross, but they learn their lesson. Very well, since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair for me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. Hesitates and continues in a less confident tone. Not mistake me, I'm not going to accuse you of anything, it's just that you're the most worthy interlocutor on the entire ship, and you're always so busy. Would you like to ask? I read a treatise by Paisius de Mobius very recently who claimed that subjects would never believe their new ruler was better than the old one unless the old one had been a tyrant. No matter the circumstances, the low-born rabble become deluded about their prospects and rebel in favor of their base desires. What you make of that? Let's see, I actually have a few ways to go. Let's see. Interpretation of this classical text is not entirely correct. Subjects have grown accustomed to their ruling house. All the sovereign must do is refrain from breaching long-standing traditions. Adjust unwanted laws as gradually as you would shift the bed of a flooded river, and no one will ever take your power from you. Or commerce, on the contrary, the loyalty of subjects can be bought at a pittance. Lower a tax, throw them a festival, feed the needy. A gracious gesture once every cycle will exalt you in the eyes of the rabble as if it were his own blessing. Let me see. Let's see. I'd go with, I think Lore Imperium might. Cassia thinks for a moment, smiles. Dino's not wrong about your merits or your ability to hold a conversation. Hope my second question does not confound you either. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher Oistok Istefan the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pan of the scales. Would you rather inspire fear in your followers or be magnanimous and choose awe? Let's see, I could coercion, which I don't have very good of. Persuasion, which... Actually, no, I do have very good, just this is very difficult. Fellowship. This has the best... Okay. Hate philosophy and discussing similar things, but you talk about anything with Cassia. I mean, yeah, would. It's annoying. I kind of dumped Fellowship because I can use my intelligence for all the Fellowship-related skills, but unfortunately they gave me a Fellowship-based thing here. One must be a tyrant, a friend, and a jester to one's subjects. What matters is that to clearly discern which role is required at a given moment. This has my best odds. Succeeded! No such power in your words. So much power in your words. Power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are eager to follow you. I admit I was afraid we were too different, and yet, help me realize that I can be candid with you. Please do continue. I must confess that sometimes I can hardly bear the burden the house has placed upon me. Feel I am not doing my best. Tell me how you, heir to a protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lies day after day and not stoop under all the weight. Let's see. Inner turmoil is clouding your mind. My protectorate, my subjects, my title are mere resources I am using solely for my own ends. Not true. My duty, whether I like it or not. It's not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty toward prosperity by worthy means. Thank you for your patience, Ngoth. Helping me to see the world in different colors, a novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I'm heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation. What do you have here? Ah yes, Game of Regicide was never quite finished. The map of the Coronis Expansus. Let's look at the stuff here. There's planets other than Yanis. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry, parameters of the system match those of Telecos Epsilon, home to the agri-world Yanis that belongs to the Von Valancius dynasty. We have received a Vox message from the planet. The agri-world's governor officially welcomes the rogue trader, reports she's begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet's sovereign. Subjects are looking forward to your visit. Good to know. Let's scan these real quick before we go for that, though. Let's see. Sure, I'll take that. Scan. Its white cover is like the frost that forms... Like the frost that forms on the condensers. Can worlds made of nothing but cold truly exist? They sure can. They're not fun. I mean, they're a little fun if you can stay warm. Alright, I think that's probably where we're gonna call it here for today. Because, you know, I went over yesterday. I don't want to go super over today. And this is a good spot right before we arrive at a main story kind of thing. But I'm going to stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Blah blah, YouTube.